Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Witamy Państwa bardzo serdecznie.
Hello and welcome again here in Lublin and online on the last day of this conference. It will be full of meetings, panel discussions and workshops, so let me just tell you what's ahead of us. As you can see, we have our speakers in the panel discussion. I will be introducing the experts shortly. We'll have the panel discussions on the equality policy in Ukraine, Moldavia and Georgia's integration with the European Union, artists in defense of Ukraine, and the divided memory of Europe in search of the shared myths of the East and West, with workshops organized by Stronger Together, Know Experience and Recommend about tourism, and also the British Council is a partner of the Congress for this workshop. We'll be also talking about the creation of youth-friendly cities. Plus another panel discussion. We can create Europe, cooperation and participation. The Congress will be closed by Maja Krzysztof Żuk, but before that we'll have the panel discussion with the participation of Irina Tekashvili, member of Team Europe. We'll have President and founder of NGO European Values Without Borders, Daniela Sikora-Bodruk. Also, a representative of Lesia Ukrainka, Volyn National University in Ukraine, Dr. Marta Sidoruk, and the panel discussion will be moderated by Ivona Reinhardt of FEM Global New Eastern Europe. And over to you, ladies. Thank you very much. I'm really pleased that it's yet another edition of this Congress that we can, together with Ivona, as representatives of FEM Global, that we are able to be here to organize this panel discussion on the integration of Ukraine, Georgia and Moldova with the European Union in terms of equality. As you know, equality pervades all aspects of social, political, economic life, and we want to see into equality policies in the context of EU integration. What's the status of these policies in the candidate countries? We'll be hearing from Georgia, Moldavia and Ukraine. So Ivona, over to you. Hello and welcome, everyone. Let me just tell you that we'll be speaking English during this panel discussion because we've got there are a lot of online attendees, and these are people from outside this region, and we really care that the information on equality policy reaches out to the most numerous audience.
Time. I would like to, and the topic is extremely important and vast. I would like to start right away with the first question about gender equality policies in your countries. We're talking about 3 countries that are integrating themselves with the European Union, Georgia, Moldova and Ukraine. So my question to you is, what is the situation of gender equality? What is the official policy vis-à-vis the social acceptance of these changes of these EU requirements. So please, maybe let's start with Ukraine.
Okay. Hello, good morning, Ivona, Natalia, dear panelists. It's really nice to be here, and let me first of all thank you for the invitation to this Congress. It's really good day to be here among the representatives of associated trio countries and to highlight the gender issues in Ukraine. So, Ukraine really is a young nation with an old history, and today, after a year of progressive reforms, we have Moldova on board, and I hope Georgia will be waiting in a short line not too long. in this issues, Ukraine's government always was making a good progress in gender equality and women empowerment, but on institutional level, the government commissioner on gender equality was appointed. So we have a lot of things to do, but I just start about my personal point of view. 1 year ago, when I have started my fellowship program in Institute of Public Affairs in Warsaw, in my first working meeting, they just closed multi-year program related to gender equality, and I thought, in this time maybe all team just moved to Ukraine because we have a lot of work to do. And today we have a really good choice on the way to EU team, EU home, because in Ukraine we always talking about that Ukraine not integrating to EU. We just came back home, and also I just try to admit those Ukraine government also have already done many policies and laws. Women's leadership, particularly on institutional level, on national level, need to be better. So if we will be talking about the representatives of women in the parliament, in common convocation of Parliament of Ukraine, we have among only 25% of women. So in women participation in local level looks like it takes the shape of pyramid. The lower is the level of authority, the higher the shape of women. In regional districts, in regional councils, we have among 30% of women members of the government, local authorities, and in district councils we have almost 35% women among the members. So after the full scale of Russia invasion in Ukraine has completely changed the landscape, and we also have to be very realistic. We cannot integrate the gender everywhere and in the same time. We just find the areas, sectors which will benefit the most from women participation, and just only some numbers. We have 60,000 women arming in a Ukrainian forces, and that of which 10,000 are in the front line. So in early October, we in Ukraine celebrate the Day of Defender. We pay tribute to the courage of women and men who are fighting for Ukrainian independence. And in Ukrainian, we call it День захисника and захисниці. It's really good point on the way to EU home, but Ukraine is paying too high price for freedom. Too many people are dying, and no one knows where this war will end. But we know for sure we will never be the same again. We will be stronger, and I hope in these women and men who are fighting for European values will be built in Ukraine's recovery, will take place the important role, and we will build back a more gender-sensitive country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, Daniela, about Moldova. You have a female president, so we are very interested in hearing what the situation is.
Thank you, Ivana. Good morning to everyone. And I thank the organizers of the Lublin Cross-Border Congress for the opportunity to join the Congress and today's panel. Any speech, any intervention, any event from February last year, I begin with the words Slava Ukraini, Geroyam Slava. You know, due to Ukrainians' courage, we can meet today here. Due to their courage, there is peace in Europe today. And I want all the world to know, all the people that are listening to us know that Putin is a criminal. Putin is terrorist number one in this world. That Russian Federation is both Hezbollah and Hamas on the territory of Europe. That this war is not about Ukrainians' problem. This war is about liberty against terror. And what happens today in Israel, yes, will unite the world against any terror from everywhere, be it Russia or other countries. So we pay tribute to the soldiers who fight for us. And my call is to be united. Even if this world will last 2, 3, 4 years, we have to be united for this, for our liberty. My name is Daniela Sikora Bodrug. This is my full name. As you can notice, Sikora is my maiden name. So I have some Polish connection to Poland because my ancestors moved from here, from Poland, to Czernowód, which is Ukrainian's territory today. And then after the First World War, they moved to the Republic of Moldova, what is today, yes. And after the war began, I intensified my communication with my Polish friends because with Irina, yes, because we had the same feeling that we have to do something. I'm a politician in the Republic of Moldova. Our party is a Republic for Unity. And I also began to activate with Irina in a common project with EU point information from Wrocław, and we decided to do some classes with students from the Republic of Moldova with the aim to change their mindset, because there is a lot of Russian propaganda in our country, and we have to explain to our youth what is true and what is a lie. Yes, what is a lie. So let me speak a little bit about where I come from, because this is linked to our subject, today's subject. The Republic of Moldova is a state between Ukraine and Romania. The Republic of Moldova is the emanation of a false state created by Stalin. So, after the Second World War and at the beginning of the 19th, what happens to Ukraine today happened to my state, my country, at the beginning of the 19th. We had a war in Transnistria. And because of the lack of courage of the politicians, we do not tell people what is our identity. We do not tell to the people, to the world, that the State Republic of Moldova is emanation of a false state created by Stalin. And today, the Republic of Moldova is a Donbass to Romania. I remember the ambassador of the United States to Chisinau once telling at the beginning of the 2000 that as long as we do not recognize, acknowledge what is our identity, and this is what Russians want to do to Ukraine, to erase their identity, we will not solve any problem, be it gender problems or any other equality rights. Yes. So officially, yes, officially, we are very well concerning equal rights. Yes, we have adopted the legal framework, for example. Yes, we have very progressive data which show progress. Yes, data which show progress. For example, about 40% of the member of parliaments are women. About 35% of local administration positions are women. About 45% of management positions in the Republic of Moldova are women as well. And 51% of judges are women. Very nice, isn't it? Yes, but this is one part of the coin. The other part of the coin is that almost a third part of the population is discriminated because of opinion at their labor place. And the same thing happens at schools, at universities, anywhere in communities. If you have a different opinion, you are isolated and rejected. That is because of Russian propaganda and mentality. Yes, and this is a problem. 40% of women suffer violation in their families. So then a question arises, what's the problem? Officially we are very well, isn't it? But the content is different. So to my mind, I will remind you the first day of our Congress, yes. There was Mr. Dushchin, a professor from Wrocław, and he said a very important thing. He told us that if we do not see, if we do not understand the core of the problem, we will not be able to find the right solution. So the matter is not about is not only about laws. Laws are the shape, the legal shape, but the content is society, is implementation, is the core of the problem, beginning with our identity, our views, yes, as hoping and pleading for democracy and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Irina, how similar, how different Georgia is in this regards? Please.
Witam Państwa serdecznie. Thanks a lot. It's a huge honor to be invited among such important scientists, politicians, and NGO leaders. And it's quite a challenge to sum up right now after such a landscape and represented in such a short way, but on a high scale. So coming back to Georgia. As well as already have been mentioned by ladies, there are two different parts of the coin. Like from one side, we can underline the legal basis, all the changes Georgia went through and got through. Namely, it's about not only reforms, but I would like to remind you that Georgia joined Council of Europe in 1999, and since then starts to harmonize its legislation on its path to the European Union. A second is that when after the Rose Revolution and after huge demonstration and in general, let's name it fermentation of democracy in Georgia, where women are taking part in on daily basis, it's a huge process and daily process. So the second part, when Georgia started to join coming agreements to the European Union and associative agreements and all the other visa liberalization parts and joined the Convention of Human Rights and of United Nations and so on. As Daniela has already mentioned, there is two different parts of the coin. One is institutional part. So according to institutional part, Georgia is doing very well. So all the reforms, Georgia was since 2005 to 2007 on top 10 ranking states in the world, considering the reforms in which gender equality was, of course, on the very active part of the agenda. And in this case, all the international organizations were taking very active part in Georgia, so it was not just a test drive how this law would work, but it was immediately implemented. So it was not only European experience, but Georgia in this case is a quite cool exception because there is a Central European Law Initiative and American Bar Association, all together, completely two different law systems, working on in one very small post-Soviet state. And it worked well. So it was not just copy-pasted, but it was adopted. So from legislative perspective, including, of course, European member states' participation and involvement of Polish, of course, institutions and programs of support of Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and, I don't know, for example, Swedish International Agency and one of the organizations, Kvinna till Kvinna, Women for Women. Participation of women was increased in parliament. But it was done artificial, like from, according to quotas, the number of percentage represented of women in parliament should be particular. So it was. But de facto, it didn't work. So in case we do consider this from the very de jure perspective, Georgia does very, very well. Because on the reforms level, on participation level, on recognition of and ratification of conventions, and participation on 26 November events, on Day of International Human Rights on 10th of December, and all the activities implemented according to American Bar Association, according to CELI initiatives, that sounds very cool in all reports. But of course, as Daniela already has mentioned, there are different dimensions. One of the dimensions is political landscape, and that's, in case of Georgia, is very, very important because it's not only about Georgia's path to the European Union, but it's about defending some values the state and the people stands for. So in this case, I should just jump back a little bit for a historical perspective, because in context on Georgia, when we speak about women's rights and when we speak about, for example, I don't know, Switzerland or United States or countries where women's rights were represented in the beginning of the 20th century, or I don't know, for example, in about 1926. In case of Georgia, women were signing documents far before Georgia became officially independent Republic of Georgia, right, in 1918, as Ukraine, as Poland, and many other states, right? So women in Georgia were signing this document. One of the documents which I would like to highlight here was in 1907, when Georgian people, over 3,000 people, signed a document asking and referring to first peace conference in Europe, asking to defend Georgian people from the Russian Empire. And women were signing these documents as well, of course. So I would not like to differentiate now here who was better signing this document, women or men, because we were standing for the same values, and we do stand for the same values. But what is the context? Because it's a very complex question you initiated, and 1 hour definitely would not be enough. So it's a huge challenge to everyone. Yes, that's a huge challenge to everyone. Therefore, we have, yes, Ivona, you have mentioned vis-a-vis reality. Vis-a-vis reality, it's very sad reality and very demanding reality, which means that despite the fact that both in Ukraine and in Moldova, women are very well represented on the different administrative level, they do take part in local elections, they are represented on President of Georgia as well with women, the head of parliament was women, the known golden age of Georgia, and here I would like to pay my honors to historical part of past of Georgia, where 12th century is golden century, when was Queen Tamara, which is in Georgian language we don't have actually women like he or she. There is only one word defining a queen or king. Yes, so it was and Queen Tamara was king of that land, right? So, but coming back to reality, all this lyrics is nice and it looks well in reports and international agreements, and this statistics is really sounds amazing. But when we come to reality, we have to wake up and decide what we have to work on, because as already has mentioned propaganda here, and I think this is a very weak part, because we underestimate the power of propaganda that is preparing not during last, starting 90s or starting 2003 or starting 2008 or starting 2014 or starting 23rd of February 2022. It started like over 2 centuries already. So we had to wake up a little earlier. And therefore, this propaganda, of course, influence on gender issues. And when there are far more important questions to define and to work on, propaganda, of course, fires the questions related to ethnicities, to minorities, to gender, to violence, and all the others. And all these questions are firing now in not only the South Caucasus, and a lot of terrible stories are happening based on gender stories, but they go simply on the wrong direction, meaning in this case that we are going from the main path to something else. Maybe I will play now a bad policeman role, because I would highlight that right now in Georgian reality, far more important question is if we go to European Union today, and this is our future, well, Georgia fights for last centuries, not only last 12 or 15 years or starting 1991, but it's something what always Georgia fight for. The same, like Georgia is divided into two parts, historically, geopolitically, as you prefer. Because the same as in Poland, we have two main theories, yes? Jagiellońska and Piastowska. The same theory were always faced in Georgia. Like, are we Asia, are we Europe, or we somewhere stuck in the middle, we don't know where? So in this case, gender issue is a very important one, but it's not defining one. So I'm really honestly thankful for participation in this event, because I think whole Congress is dedicated to redefining priorities and to redefine what is the gender issues today. If in Ukraine are fighting Ukrainian women and Georgian women too, for same values, for the freedom which is saving not only Moldova, Poland and other European states, and if we all pray for bravery of Ukrainian women and men defining their, and all the volunteers and thousands of volunteers who are supporting them, it means that we are standing for something all together. And in all together, let's not divide like in Machiavelli did, yes, only on gender issues or something. It's a complex question. So if we got united, as Daniela mentioned, we can all decide these questions as well, because we all stand for the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. I absolutely agree on this uniting of the nations, of the countries that are aspiring to the European Union. But on this topic, I come from a country that is already a member of the European Union, and I ask this question to you also based on our experience, because we did integrate, we passed all the requirements, and as you all well know, the situation of women's rights in Poland is far from perfect. It's actually very tragic, I would say, right now. So it shows, I think the example of Poland, unfortunately, shows that you can pass the requirements, you can be a member, but you can still have a very bad situation in regards to gender and women's rights. And that's why I was asking you this question: what is the official policy vis-a-vis the reality? So now exploring this topic a little bit more, because as we see, if you maybe don't prepare the ground, no matter what law you will introduce, certain problems will not disappear, they might even appear worse. So do you think your country, but also your societies, are prepared for this process of the European integration in this dimension, this gender equality dimension, or is it only doing it because the EU officially expects you to do that? And I would like to actually combine, because we only have half hour, the second question into that. Do you think, because if we know that the situation is such that the country can theoretically pass the gender topic, but in practice, the practice is completely different. So does it even make sense to have gender equality requirement in the EU integration process, or is it a facade and politicians are skillful at manipulating it, and then the reality is like it is in Poland today? So these two questions together, and maybe now we'll start with Irina with Georgia, and we'll go back through Moldova to Ukraine. Okay?
Coming back to reality, in this case, there are two dimensions. One dimension, we have to consider taking into account social and economical situation, which is falling down in Georgia. And as well, we have to consider that Georgia is a very complex state. That's small state. We have a lot of different minorities. We have minorities from very different religious backgrounds that are defining like your approach to gender meaning at all. So it's about, we have Armenians, we have Azerbaijanians, we have Ukrainians, we have Russians now in Georgia, which is very unexpected and which really changed a lot in understanding and defining the respect to women and men. And therefore, and as well, you have refugees from south of Georgia. So therefore, all this, if it was clear, for example, 5, 7, 10 years ago, that it was clear that having a gender issues in the agenda, it's a really important thing to provide educational meetings, to highlight that at school, to speak about that at university, to highlight that from the law perspective, and it worked. That was a good idea, because education and delivering the relevant information and knowledge is always a solution. And moreover, for the state, which for Georgia, which was in top corrupted rankings till 2003, and after 2005 turned up down, and we woke up in the top 10 better rankings with the reforms level. But reality now is so that yes, answering on your question, yes, it of course is a axioma, like it's a need to provide such, to speak about that and to understand about all these questions, and to provide a new vision that women and men are paying respect to each other and support each other and love each other. That's why these societies are alive. Otherwise, if we play on differences, and if we add here like representatives how it's understood in different religions, then in Georgia it's quite different. So it has to be taken into consideration as well. And I understand that from Polish perspective, which is already member of the European Union, that's very important to share that experience with those whom are eager to join the EU. But from Georgian perspective, in this case, in practical level, there are very different type of problems. For example, marriage of girls of 14, 17, 16 years. Yes, so they are not even having 18 years. So that's not happening on everyday basis, but on particular rural areas, or we can call it minority levels, or whatever it's defined, that's the second question. It's a huge tragedy. But I don't think that this is these kids' fault. We have to work with the parents, right? And parents are not having 18 or 14 years. And here's the only solution I do see. It's about education and information campaigns and participation and involvement in all legal or institutional processes, which have to start from the education first. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you. So, from a political point of view, there is a direct connection with EU policy, yes, because let me bring you some arguments. The Constitution of the Republic of Moldova, which was adopted in 1994, stipulates that women and men benefit from the same rights and freedoms, and that they, women and men, have the same opportunities to benefit from them, yes, and to implement them. But do you know when the law on equality was adopted in the Republic of Moldova? In 2006. So that was 12 years later. So we had a supreme law, but we have no law, yes, adopted on equality. And do you know why it happened so? Because at the end of 2003, when Russia proposed Cossack plan to solve Transnistrian problem, yes, politicians from Chisinau understood. First, they wanted to sign the plan, yes. The first plane with Putin's plane landed in the Republic of Moldova. But at night, and Putin was going to come, but at night, Moldovan politicians understood that this is a trap and the whole republic will become Transnistria up to Prut River. They rejected the plan. And the relationship between the Republic of Moldova from then now were better and better. Yes, the relationship fastened, and laws began to be adopted. That is not a bad thing. That is better than nothing. Then in 2012, another law was adopted 6 years later on equal opportunities, yes? And this happened because we had an European coalition in our parliament. So from a legal point of view, from the point of view of legal framework, that's okay. But from, as we said earlier, yes, from the point of view of social reality, yes, there are still stereotypes, yes. There are cases when women suffer from hatred and so on, violence, as I said. Because the core problem is the rule of law. So we can't guarantee women's rights. We can't guarantee, I don't know, any kind of a population like disabled people, yes, or retired people, who are also discriminated in our country, around 15%, when we do not have rule of law. That is the main point as well. So things are interdependent, and we should tackle the problem in its complexity.
Thank you, Daniela. And Marta?
Thank you. We Ukrainians clearly understand they're just following the existing policy, but today we should think ahead, and maybe in Ukrainian context we should start to work with the youth, with just break the stereotypes and to change the mindset of youth generation, because it's really, we just try to put some information and milestones. What is the European Union integration for youth, and what does it mean if you're talking about European values? It's really good instrument that today we are talking on gender issues within the Cross-Border Cooperation Congress, which aimed really concentrate around the youth policy. And really, if we would like to have a better future, we should start working with our educational. We start from high schools, universities, just try to organize a networking, just share the experience and try to build our countries more stronger.
Thank you very much. And I would like to add one more question, and then maybe if somebody has a question from the audience, I also encourage you to ask our panelists. But we're talking about education, which is extremely important. Of course, we all gathered here believe in this, and that means formal education, but also informal, like the NGO sector has a very important role. But we are also realists, and we know that we are not the only players, and we are not the only ones who set up the narrative about social development, social change, social issues. There are other players who are also active, and from our discussion here, of course, I could hear, and I'm sure you too, the word Russian propaganda quite strongly. We all know the narrative about traditional values, the rotten West, which is also associated with, of course, gender. The gay Europe and all these slogans are all well known to us. So how do you see this in your country? How strong is this narrative, and does it affect the European integration of your countries? Because, as we said, one thing is the official integration, but the social approval is very, very important. And we know that the Russia propaganda, of course, cannot interfere maybe the formal integration, thankfully, but it can affect the social moods and the minds of people. So how strong and how effective? Maybe actually I started with Daniela this time.
Yes, thank you. So, due to the war from Ukraine, news channels, Russian news channels were blocked in the Republic of Moldova. But the problem is that Russian propaganda is in people's mind, their head, and that the politicians don't have the courage to say the truth to the people. Do you know why? Because they want to please people, They want to please people because they want to be elected. This is the main objective, and this is wrong. This is wrong because when you do not say the truth, yes, you are part of a lie, and you take wrong decisions while being a president or prime minister or MP. This is a wrong start. So my advice is think and do what you think, you freely think, and say that to people. Don't say sweet things to people just to please them, because you do harm to them. This is important in any situation, be it war or peace. Because, at one of the panels, I heard such an idea. Yes, somebody said, I don't like the word criticism. I use feedback. I use feedback instead. I do not agree. Criticism is one thing, and feedback is another thing, quite another thing. Because when you hear the word criticism, yes, you know that there is something wrong. Yes, you did something wrong and you have to correct yourself, your thoughts, your project, and so on. When you hear the word feedback, yes, it means that it can be either positive or negative. And we want to please people, but life is difficult. Life is a fight, yes? We have to face problems and to acknowledge when we are wrong and think how things should be done in a right place. So don't be afraid to call things, to call phenomena as they are in reality. This is a war between terror and liberty, and not is just a local war, a special operation.
Thank you. And Marta?
Thank you. I think that in Ukrainian context, we really have a strong civil society, and these EU reforms just showing us how strong we are. And in this case, I think that we have really a good situation, because women always played an important role in decision-making and policy-making process from Kazakh's times to 2023. And we also always remember this situation that in Ukrainian folklore we have that just men afraid to back home because angry woman is waiting for him. So women's really is, it's not about the propaganda. We have a new generation, and also women just try to put our country on good quality level. It's a new level which open us European perspective, but today I hope in a couple years we will have a stronger civil society with a gender-sensitive country, and we build really this framework for European member society.
Okay. Thank you. And Irina, briefly, if you could.
Thank you. I think the question is very open and very high and very challenging. That's not an option to answer in 2 minutes, considering the time limit. But what I'd like to mention is about the fact that Russian propaganda, it not will affect. It affected and is affecting all societies, elections and choices, and not within the Eastern European state, but far further. And here is enough to remind about the Putin's channel broadcasting Russian channel Sputnik, which is broadcasting in 32 languages, and it's far more. And they have already Pakistan, India, Africa, and so on. While we are still thinking, oh, how to estimate that? Are they doing their propaganda or not? No, they do. And quite smart, in a quite smart way. And while we do think that, oh, maybe they are still stupid. No, they don't. They really cruelly work on that questions. They have very well-known agenda, and it's about us and our responsibility. So if not you, we, and if not today, and if not now, then when? And who will manage these questions in Georgia, Ukraine, Poland, Moldova, and everywhere? So it's first what I'd like to highlight here. It's not about that someone will come and make the life beautiful. No, either we are doing that, or we are still waiting that someone else will come and someone else will manage that question. Someone else will manage that in a way that is not appropriate for us, at least, right? So it's the first question of responsibility. Second question is question of awareness. Awareness where we are, who we are, and what we want to do, and whom we want to do with. Because on this pro-European path, it's not about only making a choice. It's about daily making the choice where we go and what we do to make this choice be possible. So when we speak about gender issues, we didn't mention here migration. In Poland, who migrated from Ukraine? Women and children, right? And who migrated from Georgia, first starting war in Abkhazia, then starting in civic war in Georgia? Women migrated first, not men, right? Men were fighting for freedom. So here it's very complex question to answer. But the one that you mentioned related to propaganda issues, yes, it works. And it will work unless we highlight the works and define that works and define the threats and name that threat. That yes, it's threat in Polish language mentioned in Poland, in Polish media, very well-known Russian news, which I read in Georgian, Russian, Ukrainian, or English, and it's the same copy-paste text, the same agenda in Poland, Ukraine, in Georgia and the South Caucasus, which is the same. Unless we name it, yes, we see it. And when you have diagnosis, you start to look for the solutions. You start to cure it. Unless you don't mention it and don't find the diagnosis, you will be still lost, looking for someone or something that will save you. No one will come and save, knock you. Post office won't come to you and knock, hello, I'm your solution, unless you find that solution yourself, right? And the second question, so migration, awareness, and responsibility, that what has to be mentioned here, yes? And second, and the most important thing is about the definition of new world. The world is shifting. Joseph Nye mentioned that soft and hard powers in 2010, defining the new term of smart power, right? And he said the world is shifting, that the stage is getting crowded. It's not only representatives of government, but there are international corporations and international organizations and international NGOs and different terroristic organizations that are working, yes? And at the same time, there are individuals impacting that new reality. So in case each of us will contribute in a better way, then the solutions are to be found. So yes, propaganda makes a huge impact, but that's why we are here to define it and to find solution for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina, for that. As you were told in the beginning of this panel is organized by Fem Global. It's an association of Polish women who work in foreign policy, in broadly understood foreign policy. And our understanding and our goal is to actually be the voice not only of Polish women who focus on foreign policy, but also of the region, and show that, because as we see, the gender dimension is, the gender equality is one of the requirements of the European Union. But the reality is often different. And one of the elements of the reality is that for some people, the gender topic is seen as a Western topic that does not fit our countries. And in some way, it is true that feminism and feministic thinking predominantly comes from the West. So our goal is to show that here in our region, in Central and Eastern Europe, we're also aware of the topic. Maybe we have different sensitivity, we are dealing with different social reality, but it's high time that in the global or European discussion on gender equality, our voice is also included. This especially goes to Ukraine today, where women, as as Marta told us, and we all know, are fighting physically at the front lines as well. And that has a very important meaning for the Ukrainian society. But it affects also all other countries that we discussed here, Moldova, Georgia. So it is high time that the voice of our countries in regards to gender issues is heard and included and adjusted, maybe, that indeed in the future we don't have a situation where gender policies are seen as this outside EU requirement only. This is what we believe would bridge this gap that we are seeing. We only have 8 minutes left, unfortunately. As our panelists said, the topics were wide and large, and time, as always, is short. So if anybody has a short question, please feel free to ask to all the panelists or one, and I'll ask the panelists to briefly respond if possible. No questions? No? Okay. So if we have no questions, then then I would just want to give you yes? Oh, okay.
Доброго дня, Оксана Довденко, Україна. Дуже дякую вам за цю панель. Важлива дуже тема і нагальна. Хочу сказати, що в залі сьогодні присутні делегація присутня Житомирської області. Це я говорю українською, чи пані Ірина розуміє мене?
Так, звичайно. В Грузії всі українці зараз.
Дякую.
And in Georgia, everyone is, everyone is Ukrainian now. So today we've got deputies from Zhytomyr Oblast and different levels of representation and active in gender equality. The initiatives. So we came here just to talk to you, to learn from you, to verify what policies operate in your countries. So my question is, are there any political groups gathering the women, active in this regard? Of course, NGOs is one thing, but in political life, do you have any women groupings?
Okay. Thank you for the question. So we do not have like kind of movements, yes, but political parties, NGOs have policies in this respect, yes. But what I want you to say from our perspective and what I noticed in our country is there are two cases when women manifest themselves, yes. First of all, we are different, yes. Men and women are different. The thing that makes us common is that we are human beings, right? So we are different from a psychological point of view, emotionally, our abilities and so on are different, but we have the same rights, right, as human beings. And what I noticed is that women manifest and become leaders, yes, when there are huge problems in society, yes, and when there is economic growth in society in two cases. The first case, I'll give you an example from my country. At the end of the 90s, I gave birth to my first son, and I used candles to take care of him at night because there was no electricity. It was such a poverty. And do you know who were those who went outside the country, took big bags and went to Odessa harbor and bought goods and then sold them on Moldavian markets? Women were. Women went to Italy, to other countries to work as keepers, yes, take cares of other elders, yes, and they brought money in their families. And they began, when they had their own money, yes, they thought about their personality and they required rights. The same happens when there is economic growth, yes. Now we have, for example, women from Europe, yes, and from our country, we have the internet. And the internet changed a lot the mindset of the women because our women have access to information, to gadgets, to technology. They see how other women are treated in civilized society, are treated by men, yes, wives, girlfriends, and so on, and they want the same. So this is my point. Thank you.
I'll answer briefly.
Okay,
if
you
possible.
have 4 minutes less.
Okay. Yes. So first of all, thanks a lot for coming to Poland and for being representing here very important new dimension. Yes, why I say new? And first of all, thanks for the question about uniting, because in Georgian reality there were several attempts. Despite the fact that President of Georgia is women, Pani Salome Zurabishvili couldn't manage to arrange people united, and any direction based on gender unification was not applied. First. Second, there are women in opposition, of course. They tried to get united, but the fact that Georgian politics now is getting far more complex and far more complicated and far more in a deep crisis as it was never previously during the last 10 years at least. There is no common ground for women to get united. Though there are amazing examples of women, politicians, who are participating on public demonstrations, and that works far more effectively rather than their declarations from the tribune. In Georgia, in reality, it works like this. So Georgia, from one side, is a very revolutionized country, but from another side, this fermentation of these elections and fermentation of this Georgian democracy is making people and society tired, because people cannot be in revolution all the time. They are waiting for some results from politicians, including men or women. Women are still waiting for something, though they are far more braver. The representative of opposition, for example, quite often go to the borderline with breakaway regions. They do go to people and work with them directly. They are getting elected on different level, and of course it's not comparable with what Georgia was 10 years ago, 5 years ago, yes, but I think there is still huge room to work on that, and maybe sharing experiences between Ukrainian politicians, Moldovan politicians, and Georgian politicians that would bring more light. Because the main difference, maybe only I could mention that Madeleine Albright mentioned, actually not me, it was about when I think I do or I feel I do. This is only difference when women and men start to work on. And together they will bring, of course, better solutions. But in case we need to find something in common and make more comfortable work and exclude some gender-based inconveniences, and to name it as it is, it would be to find common ground to work together, maybe on international coalitions or something like this, which is supported by international organizations. And as well, what I would like to highlight with 30 seconds is about work of NGOs, because a lot of politicians jumped from NGOs into politics in Georgia, and they learned and went through educational processes prior. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irina. As you all see, impossible to explore all topics, so I encourage, the time is cruel. We have 30 seconds as I see right now. So I encourage you to continue the conversation with our panelists during the coffee break and during different sessions. But indeed, extremely insightful panel. Thank you very much. As you see, the topic is complicated, requires lots of reflection, but also action. And I encourage everybody to that. Thank you once again, and yes, let's hope we continue this dialogue.
Thank you so much for the experts and to the moderator. Now we'll break for coffee, but I would like to first remind you of the workshops, the changes in tourism affected by the youth, and then how to create youth-friendly cities. The two workshops, and then we'll have another panel discussion after the coffee break. Thank you.
Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023 Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Od 24
After the 24th of February 2022, artistic and cultural environments have been playing a major role in the process of supporting Ukrainian society in the face of the Russian aggression. So we will have with us representatives of art, literature, and NGOs who will talk about various international initiatives. We have with us Pascal Brunet from France, Relais Culture Europe from Paris, cooperating with artists, with the cultural environment in general. Also, Irena Shumska, a performance artist, a painter from Ukraine, co-author of the Ukraiński Zrys exhibition. We also have with us Anna Wazar, curator of International Artistic Cooperation program Free Word from Gdańsk, and Andriy Lubka, volunteer, translator, writer, poet, online, straight from Ukraine, and also online we have a member of Ukrainian Parliament, head of the parliamentary group for interparliamentarian contacts, international contacts, Mykola Knazhitsky, also film producer by profession. Over to you, Anna.
Dobry dzień, szanowni panie та panowie. Це велика честь для мене бути модераторкою такої прекрасної зустрічі.
Hello everyone, I'm really honored to be able to chair this great meeting. I'm particularly pleased to see my friends from Kiev online. Andrei, you look great. Mr. Knazhitsky, good to see you. I know you are a very powerful person. You can do a lot, and you even look very powerful online. I'm particularly glad to see you. And we have Irena Shumska with us. She said she had been waiting at the border crossing only 3 hours, which is a great success.
About the role of culture and cultural institutions, past and actual conflicts in Europe. So let me start our conversation from the very basic question. Будемо говорити про роль культури під час війни. Вчора я була на конгресі Українсько-польської солідарності, де ми також говорили про давні відносини України і Польщі.
Let's talk about culture in the face of Europe. Yesterday we spoke about Polish-Ukrainian relations going back to the 1980s and later. It's a long, long time perspective, 30 years. But we will not talk about history. We'll talk about culture. We'll talk about Ukrainian culture, about Ukrainian people of culture and their position, their role in the times of war. Culture cannot be just an ornament. It cannot be just also a direct voice to speak. It is rather a reflection of what is happening within the society. it speaks indirectly through the language of art and culture and film, also with the assistance of institutions. So my question is, what messages have you heard, or what messages do you have for everyone who is listening? Particularly, I'm looking at Mykola as an experienced speaker. What is your take? What do you think is the most relevant concerning our today's subject? Not so long ago, I traveled back from Lithuania through Poland. We were here just one day, and I think Poland knows Ukraine the best, but on the other hand, they don't know us that well. And some past problems we had in our mutual relations testified to it. Sometimes our national egotism keeps us blinded to what is going on in the world and how culture may be used to improve what people cannot change, cannot improve. A fairly popular Ukrainian artist who dealt with also Russian culture claimed that Russian culture for many years had been overshadowing Ukrainian culture as superior. His name is Wolodarsky, and he's now in Israel. And he's actually witnessing what is going on in Israel. And on social media, he posted that when we look at what is going on in Israel, we shouldn't say that Palestine or Arab culture is worse. And so he, of course, referred to what is going on in Ukraine. And he said we have similar concerns, and that our culture for many years was overshadowed by our colonists, by Russia. And if you have people cutting children's heads, violating women, this is not a culture that we should consider superior. Of course, we believe all cultures are equal, but we shouldn't consider any cultures as superior, especially one that resorts to violence. So there are certain processes that our neighbors don't understand, certain processes within Ukraine and from the past. Looking at Israel, we also refer to what happened in Ukraine last year in Bucha or Irpin. And we realize, of course, Jewish past, the Holocaust, but we can also refer it to the Great Hunger in Ukraine in the 1930s. And the Israeli people, and there are many actually Ukrainians Ukrainian Jews living in Israel. They say what is going on now is like Bucha for Ukraine last year. Honestly, what the war between an authoritarian regime and democracy, this is something that people in Poland don't seem to understand. They are also country-centric. They look inside instead of outside. Of course, they are very busy in Poland with the campaign now, and in the Middle East, you see all agreements, everything that they worked on for years has now been ruined, has been severed, and democracy weakened in general. And the war, of course, always stops certain processes of reconciliation, of progress. Well, we all live in the same world, not within our boundaries, as we used to think in the past. This is what culture can understand, but it doesn't always convey it. And the war of Russia against Ukraine is not actually against Ukraine, it's against all free world. It's against Poland too. Russia used to say NATO should be within its 1990 borders. And they would like to have influence on former Soviet bloc states. And this can be sensed everywhere in Russian propaganda. And if you look at it, society has not been aware of that. And that's why the role of democracy is a priority here in our countries. We used to be part of the same world, a lot of exchange between the youth, Jews, Ukrainians, Poles. They used to share the same land for many, many years. And, well, we are still neighbors. Our cultures are intertwined. So the role of the democracy for us brought in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth under Magdeburg Law. We understood that back then, and culture was the main vehicle of values. And now, if you look at many European countries, there is very little known of Ukrainian culture. There are no translations available of most prominent Ukrainian writers and poets, including into Polish, our closest neighbor. And even some of our literature is not published or has not been published in Ukrainian yet. It's only available in Russian. So, as an independent country, we should try to reverse that. But, well, our institutions fail. That's why we established the Ukrainian Institute of Book, a number of foundations after 2014. Before that, we were absolutely overwhelmed with Russian culture. Even now, when I come to Poland, to Gdańsk, to the Solidarity Center, and we have a discussion, and there is a French speaker who quotes Shalamov about Stalin's lagers, camps. The French people don't know it. They look at us as part of Russia, and they don't understand what is going on. And when some say that if I were a president, I will just give away Ukrainian land to Russia, those conflicting zones, to solve the problem. This is wrong. This is lack of understanding of what our culture is about. Some conclusions to close it. Fighting authoritarian regimes starts with building democracy at home, because we live in the same area, in the same space. Everybody can become a victim at any time. So we have to build reconciliation at many levels. And culture might be a vehicle to it, although it suffered a lot in the past. Well, thank you, Nicola, for this quick statement. You mentioned Lesia Ukrainka, famous Ukrainian poet, 19th century, 20th century poet. In those days, the Ukrainian society was formed that it much influenced what happened next, and certain conflicts from those days remained unresolved, and they, in a way, also affect us today. You said no culture is superior to others, but sometimes some cultures dominate. Some cultures are more influential, are more visible, because behind these cultures there are institutions and funds. And we know that also the military can impose culture on others at different levels. I'm not going to refer to very popular sayings in Ukraine now, but now we have to reinvent a message, Ukrainian message to the world. And it's not only about finding your place in this communication, but be part of the discussion, of the greater discussion, giving up your particular national interest and go for a global voice against violating people, against authoritarian regimes, against artificial hierarchies.
Great history of multicultural dialogue. Our host, Aleksandra Zinczuk and Krzysztof Stanowski, are a really important person for this dialogue. They are working for many dozen years to build this safe space where we can discuss. But you came here from France, from Paris. You've been, of course, in Ukraine as well. And I just wanted to ask you about your perspective, the perspective of the person who is in charge of important European institution and who observes this process very close. What do you see? What did you get from Ukraine? What kind of message? What would you like to work with? What is interesting for you?
A complex question. I try to be short. I think we are in an era when you don't show something, it doesn't exist. When you don't show something, it doesn't exist. So I think it's really part of my, it's the main motto of my work, how and what we have to show. I think, obviously, we have to work about show the crimes. And it's definitely the first thing we have to do at the moment. I think the Ukrainian civil society is working hardly to constitute the base of the justice after this war, and to document the crimes, to document and to prepare something as a possible restorative justice. And the artists are part of this work. It's not only a work of civil servant or no, it's really a complex work where documentarists, artists, some groups, like maybe you know this English group Forensic Architecture, working about. So we have to do this, document, show, and show the crimes first of all. But after we have to try to show the complexity. And it's something difficult when you are in a war, to show the complexity of a society, the complexity of a society, and how a society are coming from somewhere and going somewhere. And to show this movement of the Ukrainian society, it's another part of my work, to show this movement of a nation, of a state who compose with the civil society very quite active, and how it's important to understand this process of building nation, state building, state nation, something like this. The third thing I think we have to show is to raise the condition, and I talk mainly about France, but I think it's really on the west part of Europe the same, to try to create the condition of a Ukrainian perspective in this debate. The conditions of a Ukrainian perspective. That means if we look, for example, at the background of the main researchers, the backgrounds are from study about Russia and Soviet republics, and so we have to create this condition. It's a long process. We can't create this like this. We have to create Ukrainian studies. We have to support work of research. We have to, and I think it's really something we have to build with the Ukrainian actors. For example, it's quite important at this moment in the next month in Paris. The Ukrainian Institute will open. We are strong partners of this institute because we need to build this Ukrainian perspective together. And the Ukrainian perspective has really to be built, and we have to understand this. We have to face a long background of non-specific Ukrainian perspective. So I think it's also, you are a curator, so I think it's quite important, for example, it's quite interesting in France. We organize some debate about decolonization. So when you talk about decolonization in France, we are talking about relationship with Africa, relationship with some, as a part of the world.
But with the Soviet Union?
With the Soviet Union, never. So we have, with some partners from Ukraine, open debate about decolonization from a Ukrainian perspective. It's this kind of work we have to do. So we have to show the crimes, definitely, and I think it's something really important because it's the base of the future. And to document, to deeply document, to honestly document. So it's really a huge and difficult work. And to prepare the condition of a Ukrainian perspective for everything. So it's very, very short, but it's fine, I could say.
Yes, it's really like amazing. What I would like to say that I'm really like charmed, maybe is not a perfect word for this, but I'm happy to see that Ukrainian Institute appears in France, in Paris, that you are working on building this institution together, because it's not only about the Ukrainian culture, it's also about the French culture, and also the tool to look back at the past and to look what is the frame which also create this perspective, but because maybe it's not only Ukrainian work to do, to think about the past and to talk about their perspective, but also our European task, what we haven't done or have done in the past, that this war is happening right now. It's not only Ukraine and Russia, actually, isn't it?
It's one of the difficulties, I think, because we know that I'm not very able to make some parallel between some different kind of conflicts. We could look at different conflicts before in the European continent. For example, we talked before about Yugoslavia wars and how we could maybe take some lessons from this conflict. I think we have to work together to give a European perspective for our analysis, because the war is not only the war between Russia and Ukraine, or the war, the Russian war in Ukraine. It's really something for a war against the European continent. It's quite easy to do this, to say this, but it's quite complex to work on it and to explain what is behind this war and how we are as Europeans involved in this war. And when you are in France, very far, in a quite comfortable situation.
Yes. We lived happily during the war.
It's quite difficult to say that it's our war also. That means we have really to understand that it's not only support Ukrainians, it's support Ukrainian and work with Ukrainian for this war. So it's really, it could be quite general what I say, but it's really what I try to do every day. It's to explain how this war, it's really a European war. And the second thing that we try to do is quite difficult, because when you are in a war, you are in a war. But you have to think a little bit after the war. And you have to think about the condition after the war. And we hope, I think everybody in this room hopes about the victory of Ukraine. But we have to talk about the war, about the post-conflict situation. And how we could, and we need to start all these conditions for society to take or to make their own choices, but to look about all the complexity of the society, and to explain all the sides of the society, how people are fighting, but how also you have to face difficult situation, because the state is a young state. So when you are a young state, you have a lot of fight against corruption, against a lot of things like this. And we have to explain this complexity and to find a way to prepare the post-conflict situation where you could find solution for example, maybe a kind of pluralist society.
I think that Ukraine
this is a big issue.
Is a great example of being that kind of pluralistic society with the different ethnic group, with the LGBT questions that are in the public debate, and all these groups are free to express their identity. So we have this amazing moment to observe maybe young state that is already open for the global discourses.
And I prefer to talk about pluralism than diversity. Diversity is something a word could use by. We could see this everywhere in Europe. At this moment, we have an unliberal approach of democracy. We have quite a lot of fight between democracy, rights, and women rights everywhere. So we have to prepare the condition of a pluralist democracy. That means a society able to deal with the past, to deal with the choices, to deal with equities, to deal with a lot of big issue of this. In a moment where in Europe we have a very difficult moment against this. Inside Europe. In France we have quite a lot of difficulties everywhere. If you look at the last election in Germany last week, we could be afraid. So we have this in common. I think the Democrats are in common to work about this post-conflict solution and conditions, in order to make choices. And the artists are also at the center, I think. We know that, we could see this war as a war with culture in the art, something about democracy, something about conception of the human being, something quite obviously something like this. But we have really to say that when we are an artist, we are working about what we want to show and how we want to show the things. And it's quite important how we want to show the things.
Yes, that's true.
And I think when we are talking about democracy, complexity, it's really more sometimes in the how than in the what. And I think it's really important to see that it's quite difficult to continue to work about an honest, ethical how when you are in a war. And part of our work is to support the people who are doing this at this moment in Ukraine. And so I think the main thing is pedagogy, if we could say, for the West part, but really to look at the situation of people in Ukraine, to listen what they need, to listen what they do, and to find the way to support what they are doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I really like also this part for culture to document the crime, and I'm very happy to switch into Ukraine. Андрію, дуже рада тебе бачити, розуміючи, що ти є людиною дико зайнятою. Коли спостерігати за твоїм Фейсбуком, то я вже розумію, що
Thank you, Andrew. I'm really glad to see when I look at your Facebook posts. You've got some machinery, some cars, more cars perhaps than Russian oligarchs, or at least some of them. So, thank you for being with us. As a poll, watching what you do. I know that organizing donations and collections of cars for the Ukrainian armed forces is not only is a huge input to the Ukrainian military effort against in defense against Russia. So we spoke about the documentation, the efforts, which is an important task to have the crimes committed by Russians documented in cooperation with prosecutor offices there in Ukraine. But it's also what's essential in this the effort at this moment is to be true to yourself when talking about this. And in terms of creativity, what's your perspective as an activist, as a volunteer, plenty of volunteers everyone is a volunteer in Ukraine. So what's your perspective as an artist? Well, thank you for inviting me. I'm really glad to see Lublin being, again a center of meetings, a melting pot of, for different people to meet and have open discussion. I always, compare Lublin to Ukraine itself. I mean, Lublin has been looking for any opportunities to be something else, something more than just a place on the map, to be a bridge between the east and the in the west, to contribute somehow to the world, to Europe. Your question is really difficult. I have withdrawn from being an author to a major part. I mean, I wanted to be more active. I have dedicated most of my time to volunteering, to voluntary work, and what I do, mostly now, I write epitaphs for all those who have been killed on the front lines, whom I have met very often, who I have transferred the cars, the vehicles to. So I simply want to kind of tell the stories also about the civilians who have volunteered, who have taken, the arms to fight. So, to me, culture in Ukraine today, performs a very important, psychological mentoring and counseling function. I mean, it kind of lets us regurgitate, chew over the traumas that we have suffered. And I would give an example of poems that for many people in difficult times are, the ways to kind of open up and open up the willingness to speak out to the world. Let me just mention, a school class, with teenagers just jotting down, something, that is directly related to the emotions that they are going through. And I believe that this, active, creativity simply lets us express ourselves, lets us share our emotions. So the best creative efforts that I observe now in Ukraine are, child's drawings. These are we have some drawings in the vehicles that we transfer to the front lines, to our military service members. When they are there in bunkers, in military facilities. You must have seen those places, accommodation for the military. There are child's drawings everywhere on the walls, on the tables, everywhere, and. I would compare that to perhaps to the Aboriginal, rock drawings. Perhaps it's not a sophisticated, high-level art, but still the primitivity does not mean that it's not, great, that it doesn't show, the core of humanity. And at the same time, it's a kind of a cure to the children themselves. It's also a kind of a visual message to the parents. They let parents get back to their own childhoods, and perhaps it can be trivial to many, but it really helps us keep shape in the difficult times that we are living in. Let me also agree with Mikola and with Pascal. Let me just supplement, with some observations that I have had, from the war. Well, after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the authorities, the governments, simply just delegated the artistic activity to to social and democratic circles, and didn't care really. What mattered was the economy and the military, and they didn't see any practical benefits in culture, in arts. Well, it started to change slowly after the Revolution of Dignity in Ukraine, and I believe that after 2014, when culture began to be institutionalized, is one of the critical moments in our Ukrainian life. Also, in terms of security, we have reoriented our identities. We have redefined ourselves. We have reinvented ourselves. And I would like to thank at this point Mikola, because his efforts also contributed to the legislative solutions for the institutional efforts that we have. To give you some examples, we have the cinematic the institute. We've got the legislative the solutions for specific the arts and creative sectors. So we have become independent in terms of cultural life. And what we have seen during the war is that culture is conducive not only to philosophical pondering, to entertainment, to leisure, but it can be an essential part of the economy as such. And what Ukrainian creators deal with, including myself, at this moment, across sectors, painters, writers, authors, with all the support that that they provide. Well, what we do is, we we organize collections of money, of donations, of in-kind benefits, and then we transfer that to the army. In total, in terms of total figures, this aid, collected by Ukrainian artists and creators, can be compared to assistance provided by a foreign state as such. So it's not culture is not now an instrument to influence any marginalized groups. It's a kind of all nation or nationwide impact that it has that counts now. It contributes to the economy. It earns money. That's one thing. On the other hand, it supports the state's security, because it does not only preserve the kind of national cultural code, but it also unites the society around the core messages, and those artists and creators that provide these messages are in the best position, perhaps, to be organizers of the civic efforts, and they also can also define conditions and the prerequisites and ideas for the future. And so when we talk about Ukrainian culture, active abroad, we mentioned the Ukrainian Institute to be open in Paris or in Berlin. Then it is great. What I would like to say, though, is that the promotion of Ukrainian culture is a work that covers decolonization as well. And I'm saying this as a kind of border area citizen. I wouldn't like to criticize, anyone at this point. I would just stress that, the cultural policy is not only to reach out to the outer world. It also needs to reach out to smaller centers. For instance, I'll give you Bratislava and Slovakia, where Eurosceptics, to say the least, if not, pro-Russian faction, came to power in the latest election. So, when we talk about Paris, we tend to forget about Bucharest, about Bratislava. We tend to forget about Chisinau. And we simply ignore Warsaw. We take Poland's support for granted, as our neighbours, and that we used to live in the Commonwealth years ago. So, if in Poland, the situation is quite different in these terms, and I believe that all these aspects need to be covered. Culture is a kind of bidirectional, the two-way road. We need to ensure that the dialogue, that the meeting is again bidirectional. Ukrainian culture going outside, but also taking in from other countries. Last but not least, Ukraine. What can Ukraine give today to contemporary culture in Europe and elsewhere in the world? I believe that Ukraine is a good example on that, telling everyone that culture can be lively, can be active, can generate benefits for the state, for the nation in difficult times, and that culture again can be a component in the state security system. So, for cultures that have been successful in the West, which tends to focus on working with huge funding ensured, well-organized institutions in charge of cultural activities and so on. In this world, Ukraine can tell you that the kind of grassroots effort, or man to man, woman to woman, individual to individual initiative can also matter. That it can build social networks, that it can build the society. Thank you very much, Andriy. A lot of interesting insights on your point. Mental counseling as a function of the culture, or psychotherapy, really, or contribution to the economy and the security. The inherent part of the identity in society, also supporting the interpersonal relations in the interpersonal relation building in your country. I mean, this will be a huge input from Ukraine to Europe, to European artists. So I can recognize now this special link that Ukrainian culture has to its society, to the country's society. That it's an active, it's a lively component of this internal dialogue that you are having inside Ukraine. And now I would like to ask you as an artist operating in the Polish and Ukrainian context, what role do you envisage for yourself, and what contexts are of interest to you? What message would you like to pass to the world? If you just say, let's accept Ukraine into NATO, I will applaud. Well, of course, I'm not a politician. I'm a political scientist, but I'm a Ukrainian national as well. And the obligation, the responsibility of every Ukrainian is to think about the future, about the post-conflict situation, and that our security, should not be left to Ukrainians themselves only. That what we feel is common, and what we feel are the ties that we have with the world, and that we recognize since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia against the support from the world. This is something key. This is something essential, and as Oksana Matviichuk, the Nobel Prize winner, stressed, the award that she got opened a lot of ways to her, and this is what we also saw, after the full-scale attack. It actually opened up, the doors in European institutions to, Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian arts, to individuals and organizations from the Ukraine. Well, in circles that never before were interested in what we had in Ukraine. So we have mentioned. The initiatives that are planned and ongoing, and the ways of how Ukrainians, find themselves in the world, or define themselves in the world, or redefine or reimagine themselves in the world. I would just mention, a festival held in Lublin in 2010. That was an attempt just to provide for, channels of communication of Ukrainian arts to the outer world. And since 2010, the slogan "Ukraine Unmuted," has become kind of recognized. And in 2022, actually, the war provided Ukraine with an opportunity to be heard. And in my experience, a lot of universities, a lot of educational platforms have opened up to inviting Ukrainian artists, Ukrainian lecturers, professors, and as Pascal mentioned, unfortunately, at this moment, Ukraine is little known around the world, in Europe, and I hope that the knowledge of Ukrainian history, of Ukrainian art, of Ukrainian culture is, legitimately present, on a regular basis around the world. I'm not talking about, kind of singular events or kind of, ad hoc efforts, but on everyday basis. And we see the need for that. When we visit the arts school in Vilnius, and we get a lot of questions from Lithuanian students. I can recognize, I can tell by the questions they ask that their perspectives are tainted with those post-Soviet perspectives, and our identity is quite different now. Especially in the modern world, in the times that we are going through now. So, just back to your questions, what I would like to have, I would like to have the opportunity and the fact that Ukraine is present today at different platforms, at different levels, that Ukrainian message is heard not only in a kind of specialized platforms, but elsewhere, in Europe and around the world. This is important. I mean, we simply can't communicate only about the war as such as we did in 2022. I mean, that was kind of the first response that we had. That was kind of natural. Kind of being very, picturesque about the facts that we had, but that was due to shock, really. And now, the projects that are being developed now are really different to what we had back then. I mean, they are, they provide the insight or the kind of deep insight, and we work with such themes like death, killings, bombings on everyday basis. I mean, we simply can't close our eyes and turn on the music and forget about that. It would be a lie. I mean, we can't let it happen. But still, the projects that that we are developing is about the truth. Is about this internal respect. Is about the kind of filtering out of the individuality, based on which we can build the mental bridges to other societies, to other communities. So when we talk about death, yes, we see it on everyday basis in the world as it is, but still, death is a concept that can be experienced by everyone. That's one thing, but also if by thinking about how to convey this, we can build relations with others, then it will be a huge step forward towards mutual understanding. This is how our orientation should be defined. You say death, and I mean genocide. Because, death is a common experience to all of us. Sooner or later, everyone will die. Other family members as well. But in Ukraine, you are struggling with the war, and terrorist organizations like Russian Federation now is first of all, mass murder of culture, of men, of women, of children, of LGBT community members. This is a war of civilization. It's civilizational experience that you're going through. It's an experience for your culture that needs to forge a new language to describe all these phenomena, all the things that you are going through without any manipulation. And the fact is that we need to meet closely with the individuals that have suffered such traumas, and be able to tell their experience. Now, we are running out of time, so I would like to ask members of the audience just to present some examples of successful culture. Well, the car that Andrei Lubka delivers to the front lines it's a really good example. I mean, the feeling of being useful for your motherland is something really important to Ukrainian artists now. It's a great example. I mean, we have had plenty of international artists coming to us. We had a great renowned pianists perform in Irpin near Bucha, and. Okay, Andrei, your example of successful cultural initiative or intervention. Again, okay, a car, a vehicle, a truck, that would be one thing. And then, by the way, I will deliver another one this evening. But but for long-term strategy, for future generation. In my opinion, the most valuable initiative from this perspective is the Literary Institute's the initiative to provide for the new books to be written to present Ukrainian post.
You think is important to say as an example?
Okay.
It's last week, Jonathan Litton, it's a French writer, published in French his last book about Ukraine. He did this book with a photographer, Antoine Dagatin, and they based the work about they stay in Bucha and they document the situation. And the title of this book is quite interesting because it's Ukraine, an inconvenienced place. Means we have to walk about the past, the story, and the story is quite difficult. We know this, with a lot of different moments, a lot of different complex debate. It's an inconvenient debate, an inconvenient place also, because at the moment the European has to clearly choose and to clearly act, and not only talk, but clearly act about and for a long term. And every day we have to explain and we have to remember that it's a long process. We have to be engaged, involved for a long-term approach, and it's an inconvenient places because we have also to be in front of this huge involvement in supporting Ukrainians. And it's an inconvenient places because we don't know the future of Ukraine, and in Ukraine you have your choice of society, your choice of political system, your choice of maybe another more balanced economy, something quite a lot of quite inconvenient choices.
Yes, thank you very much. First NATO and then all the rest. Jaryna, який твій приклад культурної ініціативи, яку ти вважаєш адекватною до сьогоднішнього часу?
Мені складно.
And Irina, what's your example? Well, it would be difficult to name a specific one, but what's inspiring me in Ukraine is, well, perhaps, those kind of encounters between artists has been forced by the war. But the fact is that, the creative groups have become really active in wherever I go, big cities, small towns, the villages. There are a lot of the places where people meet, where people talk to each other. So this is the initiative that will bear fruits for the future. Really, I'm quite sure about that. And I think that this would be all on our part. Thank you very much for your contributions, for the insights on your part. I believe that we need to develop a solution where a platform to support Ukrainian artists and people of culture on Ukraine's way to integrate with Europe. Let's hope it happens sooner than later. Thank you. And thank you. I would like to thank to the experts, to the moderator, and we'll break for coffee, but let me just tell you that after the break we'll have the workshop Stronger Together. On the first floor, the workshop will be held in English, and at this conference room, we'll be talking about memory of the West and East. It's co-funded by the European Commission and Council of Europe funds. Let me just say that if you happen to be near Litevsky Square, then by 3 p.m. you will have an opportunity just to record your presentation and get into the capsule of history that will be buried under the tree there. So once again, Litevsky Square, 3 p.m. latest. You can record your message, to be passed then to future generations. And have a good coffee break. Thank you.
Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Szanowni Państwo, zapraszam na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej, a szczególnie na panel dyskusyjny Podzielona pamięć Europy - młodzi w poszukiwaniu wspólnych mitów między Wschodem a Zachodem. Pretekstem do tej debaty jest wspólna przeszłość dwóch miast partnerskich miast, Lublina oraz Münstera. Do debaty udało nam się zaprosić wspaniałych gości: profesora Rafała Łuka, doktora Mariusza Zajączkowskiego, doktora Romana Kobaczyego, doktora Wasyla Knecha oraz doktora Mateusza Jancewskiego, który razem ze mną będzie moderował tę debatę. 11 października o godzinie 12:30 czekamy na Państwa.
I udało się, doczekaliśmy się. Poproszę o brawa dla ekspertów, oczywiście.
So here we are. Thank you for your applause. And this applause also goes to the young audience. We have many students in the room, and this Congress leaves really much room to young people. Just to remind you, this panel is part of the broader program, the Memory of the West, Memory of the East, in search of shared European values. And the speakers are Professor Rafał Wnuk, Catholic University of Lublin, and Dr. Mariusz Zajączkowski, Institute of Political Studies, Polish Academy of Sciences. And we have online speakers, Dr. Roman Kabachi, National Museum of History of Ukraine, Kiev. I hope we'll be able to see and hear you in a moment. And also online, Dr. Vasyl Kmet, Director of the Municipal Library in Lviv. And this panel will be moderated by Krzysztof Niedźwiedź and Mateusz Gancewski, history teachers from Lublin schools. Over to you, gentlemen. Hello, everyone. Before we start, I'd like to say a few words about the youth who have joined us for this debate. We have first, second, and third graders from 2 high schools in Lublin, one public, one private. Thank you for joining us. These are classes specializing in the humanities. I believe they'll be very curious to hear and see maybe another take on history compared to what they have in course books. So I'd like also to explain what's the idea of this panel. Where did it come from? We're here to basically focus on European values, strong European values that we believe are fundamental for Europe. And also we are here to search for shared roots, shared traditions across Europe between East and West, in the broad sense. And well, when we say East-West, what does it really mean? That's the first question. Eastern Europe, Western Europe, it's not very clear what's behind it. In the past, usually the Elbe River was considered as the one dividing Europe into two halves. Then we had the Iron Curtain dividing Europe, but we also speak about Central Europe or East Central Europe, proposed by Oskar Halecki in 1956. So these influences of the East and West are known from history. They were around, and we know how they affected contemporary Europe. Let me start with Professor Wnuk. What is Eastern and Western Europe? What is East? What is West? Well, I can't answer straightforwardly, but let me share a concept with you. If we agree that Western Europe stands for democratic values, individualism, a liberal democracy, if we assume this kind of thinking about Western Europe, and I believe this is quite common, then this would be my test for what European Western Europe is. And it's also how the state approaches freedom of speech, freedom of criticism. If I can criticize my government, if I can ridicule people in power, and they don't punish me for that, it means I'm in a Western European country. That's it. If I may add something to it, if we consider the freedom of speech factor or the freedom of research factor, then some periphery of the European Union, including Poland, they perhaps do not fall within this category because of specific framework or constellations we have inside. But today, the boundary between democratic Europe, Western Europe, in simple terms, and the East, authoritarian East, is usually the front line of the current military conflict in Ukraine and the border with Belarus. And I'm sorry to say that. And in these peripheries, we can also say we have, in some groups, in some communities, we have certain influences of the East. I mean, the far-right movements, for example. So ideas of how society should work, how the state should work. And on the other side of the border and on the other side of the front line, there are people who also believe in Western values. So in fact, it's a mixed zone. It's a transition zone, and this borderline cannot be drawn that easily. This borderline is very, very flexible and blurred at this moment. That's my view. Okay, gentlemen, would you like to add something to it? How do you view the concept of East and West? How can you comment on that? Roman? Can you hear me? Yes, it's fine. We're experiencing some technical issues. All right, I think I'm ready to speak. Sorry for this little inconvenience. So, I'd like to refer to Professor Matiuk's words. She used to speak about Europe as a political and ideological project, a discourse of identity, in other words. Those imperatives developed during the Enlightenment about the East and West as certain objective phenomena, rather homogeneous. The so-called imaginary communities. Now we say that this identity is absolutely relevant. And I agree with Professor when we speak about developing identity and the boundary that runs through the front line. I agree with that. And this identity and search for yourself, for who you are, among European values, among Christian values or general human values, this is the main driver for effective identification of what Western civilization is. Thank you. So values as a key word, identity as a key word. Well, thank you for your contribution. Dr. Kabachi. Yes, I can hear you, but can you repeat the question, please? What does it mean for you when we say East-West? Where is the borderline between Western and Eastern Europe? Is it about civilizations or geography or anything else? What is your take on that? I'm sorry, I did not hear the beginning of your conversation. In Ukraine, we say that the West ends when markets in cities end. I mean, where cities established under Magdeburg law finish. So, for example, Odessa doesn't have a marketplace because it wasn't established under Magdeburg law. So, unlike some other cities in Western Ukraine. And after the Orange Revolution, some people used to say that Lukashenko won where the former boundary of the first Polish Republic ran. So the West used to end where the religious union also ended. I mean, Greek Catholics who were persecuted by Russia. And now in Belarus, we have only few traces of Westernness and very few churches left with two towers, which used to symbolize religious union. Now, Ukrainians are lucky, I can say, that within part of the country what used to be part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and this is what kind of attracts Ukraine to Western Europe. Well, so the spirit of the West and East is going to hover over our reflections here, as far as I can see. Now, a few words about West and East. And we're talking about dividing lines, but maybe we should also pay attention to some horizontal lines and some planes like religion or economy. And I think a good starting point for this discussion also should be the memory of two cities, Münster, Germany, and Lublin, as twin cities, sister cities. Why am I even talking about these? Where's the common denominator here? Lublin, because Lublin was home to the Act of the Union of Lublin, and Münster, but also Osnabrück, saw the signature of the peace treaty of Westphalia. And the two events were absolutely fundamental and revolutionary for the history of Europe. The former event of Lublin and the former of Münster. My question to you, gentlemen: why that peace done at Münster was so relevant? It was a really international act, establishing institutions that were supposed to guide and guard peace in Europe, and it marked an end to religious wars across Europe. Was that perhaps the beginning of nationalisms that evolved later? That's my question to Dr. Zajączkowski. Well, the Peace of Westphalia was indeed a pan-European act, because the 30 Years' War was the first European conflict of an actual pan-European reach. The most important European states were involved. It was primarily a religious war, but also the war of domination to reduce the war of the House of Habsburg in Europe. So it marked an end to religious wars, but because Poland wasn't part of that war, although we had certain military divisions that got entangled in some military action, but that was irrelevant for the overall situation of the country. So when the peace was signed in Münster, that was primarily relevant for the German states that wanted to break free from the Habsburg influence. Also, it was relevant for Bohemia, but on the other hand, Bohemia fell into the hands of the Habsburg dynasty later on. So what happened next was the Khmelnytsky's insurrection in eastern outskirts of Poland. So that Peace of Westphalia was relevant, but not that much for our parts of Europe. Well, partly to Silesia, to south of Poland, because it was part of the actual warfare. And some of the former Polish states also fell into the hands of the combatants. But now the Peace of Westphalia didn't affect the First Polish Republic that much. But during the war, although Poland was not involved, there was also a major military conflict, a Polish conflict with Sweden about the area of Gdańsk. So, of course, the Habsburgs expected the support of Catholics, especially in their war with Sweden, and Poland provided that. Of course, that was a broader context of that period. Well, indeed, religious wars back then, some of these actually started in the Polish territory, although not initiated by Poland. Well, in my view, when I was getting ready for this discussion, I was wondering about this religious and national factor and its contribution to the war or to the post-war situation. I think the emergence of the national factor enabled certain groups, certain communities to unite. This wave moved east. Many newly emerged nations learned how to work together, how to discuss shared future. Of course, I don't mean nations in the contemporary meaning. I mean rather the elite, the nobility. And that wave also reached Ukraine, Ukraine and Belarus, and marked perhaps the future of our nations as they emerged later on. Thank you. But did that process, peaceful process, led to unity, to the creation of states that rely more on this state-oriented factor, not religion? Was it a progress or regress? That's interesting. I'm interested to hear your view. Well, if you let me, I don't agree to say that 1648 wasn't the beginning of a religious war in Poland, because that period was absolutely relevant for the development of this early modern Polish and then Ukrainian culture. And it was the beginning of formation of something that was later regarded in history as the religiousness of the First Polish Republic. Like Professor Kavan from Krakow also referred to that in this sense. He claimed it had been a different phenomenon compared to other religious phenomena or events in Western Europe. And that 1648 for Europe and for the First Polish Republic marked the beginning of the establishment of a new context, of a new zone for the parliamentary movement in general. And that Commonwealth of Poland and Lithuania, as it was formerly called, received yet another argument for it to grow. Because they were able to add that extra component, the Ruthenian or Cossack component. I think that is the broader context of this mid-16th century war. When we only rely on the religious argument, of course it was very relevant for many layers of the society, but taking part in fighting. But what emerged after Khmelnytsky's insurrection wasn't an antithesis for the Polish nobility, for the world of the Polish nobility, because later on hetmans, the military leaders, were directly subjected to monarchs. That was a very important achievement, but a new format of the state emerged back then, like a new format of relations. And it had not been possible in the 16th century, and then became actually a reality. And the idea of confederation and the discussion of the 1660s and 70s in Poland was a major contribution to what happened after that. And I believe the process even started after 1637, a beginning of a new history page where this religious context was just one of a number of factors or arguments, but not the only one, to determine the future of this part of Europe. There are more arguments coming into play and a new approach.
So perhaps the question was more about Western Europe and Treaty of Westphalia. So the question whether we have religious war in Poland in 1648. But let's treat per se. I mean perhaps the conflict with the Aryan branch of Protestants and the conflict with Sweden would be more relevant. But Professor, would you like to add something to it? Well, perhaps a scientific session should be organized to discuss this matter. But what comes to my mind is, some very general level. Indeed, the Treaty of Westphalia, I believe in Ukrainian, Belarusian school, it's just a 5-minute period in time. So perhaps 2 sentences and that's it. And there's no separate lesson in Polish history teaching either. Well, 30 Years' War, yeah, that's right, but not the Treaty of Westphalia. So if I just walk Lublin streets and and ask 100 persons what Treaty of Westphalia was about, perhaps I would find one knowledgeable on the matter. So just to give you some context to our considerations, I hope that most of young people attending today know more or less what that was about. But in my opinion, the Treaty of Westphalia and the 30 Years' War are extremely important for Europe. First of all, because indeed that was the first pan-European war that, well, we succeeded to conclude with a peace treaty, not with a complete defeat of one party, but a negotiated peace, and that negotiations brought the kind of effect, being the need for dialogue, the religious freedom for both the Protestant movements, and the end of thinking about a state in the religious categories, or perhaps not the end, but kind of pushing these religious aspects out of the raison d'etat. So this is again a formative factor for the West as such. So again, it's the end of the state-based monarchy. It's the shift towards absolutist monarchy, and the enlightened absolutism was a step towards modernization, in the historical process. So in this sense, this is extremely important for this part of Europe. The 30 Years' War and the Treaty of Westphalia did not affect us, as the part of Europe that belonged to the East back then. And we simply didn't live through that stage of history, and the consequences have persisted until this day. But as a symbol, the Treaty of Westphalia is again extremely important. But referring to what you have said, let me ask the question about the Union of Lublin, the real union. But well, if only Józef Szujski mentioned, an anomaly. The representative of the Krakow-based realistic historical schools. He mentioned the union was was an effect of a process which did not go through the state-based processes and so on. So that was an anomaly. But moving to the Commonwealth of the two nations, as a result of the Union of Lublin in 1569, it is often described as a kind of tolerant, the freedom-based country. It provided for religious freedom. 15 years before the Decree of Nantes. So the democracy of the nobility, the Commonwealth of Freedoms, was that reality? Didn't we have stakes to burn witches? Was it a fact? Well, what I could say is that there are different approaches to this. Perhaps we should start with a question. As Professor Wnuk said, if we ask to anyone, if the Commonwealth was a Polish state, well, yes, the Poles will tell you that yes, it was a Polish state. And the Commonwealth of two nations, it's just a nice, name and nice framing. Mind you, the Commonwealth gathered Poles, Ukrainians, Lithuanians, and Belarusians. And there would have never been, Cossack wars if everything went so well. It's only now that Ukrainians recognize that, the Soviet Union perspective of colonization of Ukraine, they are simply unacceptable. They only recognize only now that we have shared history, we have the common heritage, and I can tell you that about an initiative, a project where the interviews with representatives of local governments were filmed actually, where efforts were proposed to take care of the common heritage, if only the former mansion the houses or the buildings, churches, and so on. So I believe that this is the mission of the cultural and political elites in Poland, in Ukraine, and I hope in Belarus, that there's common heritage and the advantages of the Commonwealth that we used to have should be underlined and promoted among us. So the Union of Lublin was essential, really, if only because Sigismund August excluded Central Ukraine from the Lithuanian, and the Commonwealth was a kind of a conveyor, a path to build the future national identities. But of course, the Union put the Poles, Ukrainians in conflict with Muscovy. Because it was actually back then when we started to compete with Muscovy, for the sphere of influence. And there are a lot of myths about the Union of Lublin when it comes to the values, the religious liberties. As mentioned, the Cossack uprisings were an effect somehow of the Union of Lublin, and somehow the synods of Brest, and the emergence of the Greek-Roman Catholic Church. That was, what Cossacks then Ukrainians opposed. It was exacerbated by social the changes, and so this is nothing about kind of strict divisions. Social classes. There were different classes. The princesses and peasantry in both Poland and in Ukraine. And again, well, the Union did not have any effect on, or did not bring any benefits on the peasantry, and that's why the peasantry, the lowest the classes, actually, stood up on for the rights, eventually, and then ferment, the movement moved eastwards, resulting in in the formation of the Cossack Sich, the Zaporozhnia Sich. And and then the Khmelnytsky rebellion in 1648, and then it actually affected the defense system, which was built on the example of the previous Commonwealth. And then the emancipation of the middle classes, well, for standing up for their rights. So the Zaporozhnia's the Sich were somehow oriented against the Polish state, although it copied its state structure, but it was opposed to Muscovy. Then what followed were the Turkish wars. The Cossacks attacked the Crimea, which was controlled by the Ottoman Empire, Turkey, and the consequences were far-reaching, really. And we could talk about the golden age of the Union of Lublin, but only limited to the 16th century. But 17th, 18th centuries are times of kind of gradual fall of that idea. And I would agree that the outcome of the Khmelnytsky rebellion was an idea to create a Commonwealth of 3 nations, but it came too late. Following the rebellion, Khmelnytsky joined forces and allied with Muscovy. So that was that initiative came too late. Perhaps it would have been sensible before 1648, but not after Khmelnytsky's rebellion. And in my opinion, today, and depends on the approach to the Union of Lublin. And there are there have been 3 constellations of the debate: liberal, then national, and the leftist. So in the conservative national or nationalistic the concept, the Commonwealth would be a kind of a missionary, an example to follow, to lead in this part of Europe. And this narrative, lacks any critical approach to the first Commonwealth. In the liberal approach, there is some critical aspects. There are some matters that are recognized, which are not quite so great as the first conservative constellation claims, and the egalitarian, the third one, the third constellation focuses on the most disprivileged classes of the society, and this is something that we lack knowledge on in the most part. Well, historians say that the neglect of Cossacks, then Ukrainians back then, was one of the biggest mistakes of the first the Commonwealth. But mind you, the first Commonwealth was not the state of Poles, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Lithuanians. There were Jews, there were Germans there. So then let's focus on the 3. So even if we had managed to create a Commonwealth of 3 nations, wouldn't have resolved any problems of the majority of society. What about the federation? Perhaps that would have been a solution. Well, there are different approaches to that. That's something we can agree on. But it seems that the union was quite durable. Then the Union of Lublin, previously the personal, and the union with different phases, in between personal and real, the union. So perhaps the society were quite well off back then on this time. Professor Kmiec, what do you think about this? Well, that's true. I wouldn't. I would oppose any myths of that. So when we talk about the tradition of the Union of Lublin, one of the key components is that it provided for the democracy of the nobility. So perhaps it wasn't an ideal system, and absolutely I would agree that the Treaty of the Hajj was not possible either before or after the war. You wouldn't have had any impacts of such. But the living conditions for the society that the Union of Lublin provided were actually quite good, and wasn't limited to the nobility. Mind you, the nobility may have been diverse in the political views and opinions, but the methods of the activity or kind of were structured, were the same, and that was the reason for the success of the nobility back then. And if we talk about the Ukrainian provinces of the Commonwealth, the picture and mentality of generis polonorum was well identified, although it diversified afterwards, but then referred back to the tradition of the first Commonwealth. So I believe that it's really important to keep it in mind. and that this legacy was continued after the union. So it's really important. Thank you. We'll pass the microphone to young people as well. So please have some thinking about what you are going to ask our experts. And I have my question myself. Can we say that in the time of the Union of Lublin, the nations of the Commonwealth managed to kind of form the gene of liberty or gene of freedom, that can be kind of can connect us, living today, to back to the time of the 16th, 17th century. I mean, does this history affect or can be can be used in a meaningful way today, where our nations fight against authoritarian regime, nations that simply do not accept any super rule from above or from the external. Well, are we connected by that gene? Well, I don't know what to start with. So I have a question. If the nations formed the gene, and then a statement that the gene is in place, and and it has an effect, and has an effect on today, on contemporaneity. So. So I don't want to be accused of of too much disagreement with my colleagues, or getting back to the times of Mieszko the First. But I would agree that there's no gender balance here. So okay, let me tell you this. First of all, I disagree with the kind of concept of the nation that we use today versus what we had in the 16th and 17th century. I mean, they are not the same. I mean, the nation of the nobility has nothing to do with the understanding of universal nation in Ukraine, in Poland, and in Lithuania that we have now. So Radziwiłł and the peasantry of Radziwiłł weren't part of the same nation. If we forget about this, then we'll fail in any further analysis. So there would be no sense talking about any things that we are touching on. So whether the Union of Lublin caused the formation of a gene of liberty, perhaps it was a stage in this process. The union was important because it was an idea how to solve a certain problem, and the solution was a kind of federation. And it's not a federation of nation states. It's the federation of political entities. And at this level, it was really important. I mean, instead of fighting, let's get down to the table. One of the parties is perhaps a bit stronger, so it forces the other one to give up the Kiev region and so on. But there is no fighting, and I believe that this is part of the European culture, and this is a really good plus. It's an advantage. So this phrase by Kłczowski and John Paul II, that is from the Union of Lublin to the European Union. Well, it's a good slogan. But mind you, the union is also some some context, some backgrounds that we can use to build the future. In this sense, the Union of Lublin was important and was future-proof, so to say. Still, if we have a look at history textbooks in Lithuania or in Belarus, then the Union of Lublin is described as a component of Polish imperialism, and Lithuanians and Belarusians were victims of the Polish the imperialism. This is the same as in Ukraine. So there are post-imperial narratives present then colonization by Poles, by Russians, and so on. So if we kind of remove this nationalistic approach, if we talk about the Union of Lublin in political sense, then it will be future-proof. If not, it will be a problem for Poland. And then to get back to the gene of freedom, of liberty. Well, yes, it's a fact, but back to what I started with, but as an element of the Western way of thinking, that is individualism. Individualism was present where the cities were established based on Magdeburg law, where the Baroque the movement reached, or the absolutist, enlightened absolutist rule was implemented, and that's it. So this awakening of the nations, that's a very interesting moment in history. So perhaps Roman, would you like to add something? I would agree with Professor Vnuk here. In individualism, Maju was never present in Russia. Obshchina in Russia instead. But again, okay, I would agree that nations learned from each other about democracy, and a member of nobility, even if poor, could say no to the king itself. So. Of course, this legacy actually was then continued somehow, or reflected in the Second Polish Republic, in the parliamentarian system. And mind you, I wrote my PhD thesis about the interactions on in border areas in the Second Republic, and I wrote that the Ukrainians actually voted in Polish elections back then. Then they were thrown into prisons for refusing to vote in the Soviet the elections. That's what we had in the interwar period, and I'm proud of what we have now in Ukraine. That I'm proud that Ukraine has learned democracy in this part of Europe, and can be an example for other countries of Eastern Europe to follow.
I fully agree about this difference between nation as a concept now and then. Of course, we in the past we would rather speak of social classes or layers. But I think the mentioned Prince Radziwiłł is a good example of this Polish-Lithuanian conflict over the interpretation of the Union of Lublin. He was a traitor for Poles and a hero for Lithuanians. And this gene of freedom, well, indeed, it might have started back then, but when national states emerged in this part of Europe, national identities emerged, that gene of freedom also emerged in certain patterns of thinking in Ukraine, Poland, and other countries, which led, on the other hand, to conflicts and struggle for land that all these nations claimed as their own, because they all claimed that land, and they really did try to make their point about ownership. And I think this legacy of the first Polish Republic is indeed this gene of freedom, liberty, and struggle with Russian and later Soviet imperialism. I think, although some difficult period at the end of the Great War, in the interwar period, then the Second World War and post-war period, so both in the 1920s and in the 1940s, Poles who had been fighting to claim land, later on they got united to fight a common enemy. Although even when fighting, they knew they would again argue about land. And the existence of nation and freedom, the enemy of nation and freedom is Moscow. And for so many years and many times, we stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine to fight Russia. And even during the Second World War, Polish and Ukrainian underground armies, partisans, were fighting the NKVD, not far from here in near Hrubieszów. So this full-scale war between Russia and Ukraine, and assistance that Poland, Lithuania, and many other countries have been offering. I mean, those nations that once formed the first Polish Republic in the understanding of the time now are very helpful, and they are able to co-sense what Ukrainians experience. Maybe that's the legacy of our past. Well, indeed, countries relying on the tradition, on the legacy of the first Polish Republic, the presidents of those former states went to Tbilisi in Georgia in 2008 to speak against Russian aggression. And of course, in the 19th century, those national contexts were very influential in shaping certain national myths. But of course, they were shaped independently. And when we speak about this gene of freedom as a driver to stand up to totalitarianism, there's one more question coming up here. You are talking about certain stereotypes. If you look at history books of the Soviet era, and even after that, the Union of Lublin was depicted as reactionary, as feudal. So history books spoke about progressive Europe, Europe that offered inventions, and about Poland, which was reactionary and often associated with some negative approach. In modern times, it's really worth sometimes to have a look at that, because, of course, we have been able to reverse that picture. I have just finished a book in Ukrainian titled Our Kings. The book written in Ukrainian about Ukrainian history, which mentions Polish kings, Polish monarchs, as our monarchs, as Ukrainian monarchs too, which shows that that tradition was formed also by the participants coming from various ethnic groups, various nations in the contemporary sense. that adds some more to our understanding of what a gene of freedom is in the modern history. Well, we are pressed for time. Well, I feel we have not exhausted the subject. I fully agree with that, but we would like to hear from the young generation here in the room, first graders and second graders too. We have youth from 2 Lublin high schools. Go ahead, take the floor.
Proszę.
To chyba pan Roman powiedział, że Odessa miała magdeburskie prawa.
I think Roman, said that Odessa didn't have a market. It wasn't established under Magdeburg law. That's why it should not be or cannot be considered a Western city. Well, I agree, but only because Odessa, as a modern city, was established in the 18th century. But it does have its gene of freedom, I can assure you about that. Well, I come from Kherson, South Ukraine, and I think the best book you can read about South Ukraine was written by Grzegorz Skrukwa, a Polish researcher from Poznań. The title is For the Black Sea Ukraine. And he shows the context of the Black Sea, of those distant areas, distant land in Ukraine, where the gene of freedom was also born, and it was done also thanks to Poles. So the first question comes from Maximilian. So is Lublin a Western or an Eastern city? So Dr. Zajączkowski perhaps can take this question. Well, it depends on the context. Whether you mean to contemporary Poland, well, it is, of course, Eastern Polish city. When we are talking about Europe, I think we are in Western Europe, Western zone, despite proximity of our eastern neighbors. My wife comes from the area of Poznań, and they believe that the Vistula River is the end of Western Europe or Western Poland. Well, say hello to your wife, of course. Well, of course, Lublin has a market. It was established under Magdeburg law. It has Gothic monuments. It has Baroque, Renaissance. It has Ruthenian traces. So still, I think Lublin, in my opinion, is part of the Western cultural model. And we have also the Catholic University, so the Latin factor. Well, I fully agree with you. I studied in Lublin, so I believe Lublin is in the West. Well, fully agreed. And Roman, what about you? What do you think Lublin is? Well, I think Lublin is perhaps on the verge of the West, because you have the Orthodox Church, blessed by Archbishop Peter Mohyla, and another one in the district of Slavinek. And the Lublin Castle proudly boasts Ruthenian and Byzantine frescoes. So Lublin is a multicultural city, but, well, it is Western, it is Polish, by all means. Any more questions from the room? I can't see any. No, there is one.
Dobrze, to kilka słów.
Dzień dobry, nazywam się Dominika Karpa i chodzę do liceum.
Dominika, I attend Queen Jadwiga High School in Lublin. Certainly, the Peace of Westphalia and the Union of Lublin referred to European integration. So my question is maybe slightly beside the point. What do you think the future of the European Union will be? Professor Vnuk?
Yes.
All right, let me use my own mic. Historians mostly deal with the past, not the future. I'm really not very willing to project what the future will bring, but if we just look at some global changes, and I'm a historian of the 20th and 21st century, so the problem is not whether we know the answer and whether the EU has a future. The problem is whether Europe, as a cultural and economic area, can survive, can have significance if it's not united, politics, culture, or economy-wise. China, 1.2 billion people, about to become the #1 global player in global economy. The United States, India, they have just outrun China in the number of the population, fast-growing economy. So Germany, France, the UK or Poland, when they work alone, when they walk alone, they will not be able to compete in the modern world. They have no way to survive if they are on their own. So the question is not whether the EU will go on as it is, because the wise ones will stay here. The stupid ones will go. So it's about the Europe's existence. That's a very, very important topic. Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. Vasyl, I fully agree with Professor. This time requires us to establish new coalitions, to seek new unity. So the EU must go on, but not without us. Once Dobrzański said, Ukraine and Poland is a little hut in the middle of the world, and the EU must be this kind of a hut, this kind of a shed in the heart of Europe that is going to grow and get modernized together with Ukraine.
So, okay, we've been invited to the European Union. That's one thing. Another thing is that if Ukraine continues on this path, and if the European Union actually accepts us, if we can convince Slovakia and Hungary, for instance. And if we succeed in eliminating those black holes like Transnistria, Well, Kaliningrad, the exclave, for instance, will also need this question will also need to be resolved. So we need to help that. And well, I'm not against such things like Trimarim or Three Seas initiatives. Well, we can work together. In the meantime, before we join, I believe. Well, it would be really surprising if I disagreed with the previous speakers. But back to where we were, where we started, the Treaty of Westphalia, which actually radiated in the 17th century in the West, and perhaps the Union of Lublin radiated, to the eastwards. Then perhaps, the ideas that came with the Treaty of Westphalia and the Union of Lublin could be combined, and then we'd be able to identify, the border between the West and the West to include the Ukraine and Belarus in the future, and the East. Right. Thank you very much for all those thoughts, for all those takes. And is there anyone who would like to ask a question here? Last question from the audience.
Dzień dobry.
Second year, and Jadwiga, the high school. So you're talking about a lot about Western, Eastern Europe. Now, do you think that within a short time, or within some time horizon, we would be in a position to talk about Europe as a single entity? Roman Kamachi. I think that the differences will stay, and as far as it depends on how able we are to kind of to project the strengths that we have as a region, also in terms of culture. What's important to me is not to compare Western or Eastern or Northern or Southern Europe, the countries of olive oil and wine, and sauerkraut and vodka. It doesn't matter. We have a wealth of opportunities, a wealth of resources that we can offer to others. Right. Thank you. Now, Dr. Vasil. I think that Europe will be diverse, but it will be better integrated. We can see quite well how perhaps language affinity integrates us. And recently at a conference in Lviv, we talked about Cardinal Richelieu, as a creator of Académie Française, and the focusing on the language as an important tool for the identity. And the same is true for today. Okay, the world might be going global, but Europe will be strong with the diversity, with the swath of the traditions, cultures that it gathers inside it. And I deeply believe that while the world around us maybe also the diverse and become stronger and stronger, then Europe in such context will need to search for its roots and needs to search for the modus operandi. So we also mentioned the history textbooks in Russia before we started the discussion. And there's a term of collective Europe. So Russians, when when they look at Europe in the context of the war in Ukraine, they speak about the collective Europe. So mind you, from this perspective, we are monolith as European, and I hope that from this perspective we are winning, and we will win in the future. So whether there will be a kind of a single unity or a single whole for Europe in the future, I mean, I'm pessimistic about that. I mean, I don't see any instruments or processes that could make a unity of values out of Europe, from Portugal to to Vladivostok. Unity can happen if we preach the same canon of values, and if we observe, if we respect the same rules that we agree on. It takes the goodwill of all the players. And I'm afraid that there are players at the table who simply don't. And without those observance of rules, there's no unity. Although I think that just as we have the North and the South, our understanding of what's the West and what's the East depends on where we live. For Paris resident, Warsaw is the East and will stay the East. And I repeatedly have had to explain to my French friends that there are no polar bears at Bialystok city. And for Berlin, Paris will stay the West. So again, the differences will persist, and that's good. I mean, I like both wine and vodka and olive oils and sauerkraut. So there's no problem to me with this. Thank you very much. We'll end at this point, and please applaud the young people that are here with us. Thank you very much for your questions, for your contributions. I can say that we will continue this discussion after the lunch break. We can create Europe. We'll be talking about cooperation and participation of the youth. So I hope to see you then. And now let's have the break. Thank you.
Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
A my powracamy z naszym streamem. Cieszę się, że są z nami uczestnicy tu w Lublinie.
Welcome back. We have some more people coming up here online and on site. The experts are here, the biggest panel ever, I suppose, surely today. And I'm particularly happy that you have been able to join us here physically in the room. We'll speak about youth cooperation and participation, and the catchphrase this afternoon is Europe may be formed. Europe has a capacity to be rethought. We have with us Deputy Mayor for Culture, Sport and Participation, Beata Stepaniuk-Kuśmierczak. Deputy Mayor also works as Mr. Mayor's representative for European Youth Capital 2023. And we also have with us Mahira Karim, a project advisor from the European Centre of Wergeland, Norway. We have also our friend from Ghent. Welcome. And Radosław Gus from Lublin, head of the Lublin Metropolitan Area Association. Maciej Buczkowski from Gdańsk Mayor's Office, and from Union of Polish Metropolises. We have Team Europe, represented by Bartłomiej Zapała, an expert with the European Commission, and 2 representatives of the British Council, Teresa Rochopoulou and Weronika Miszczuk. Welcome. And a representative of British Youth Council, Cameron Down. Thank you for joining us. And this very final panel will be moderated by Alina Prochasek, president of the Polish Council of Youth Organizations based in Silesia, Poland. Thank you very much. I am particularly happy to be able to host this panel, and also on behalf of our guests, I'd like to pay your attention to the fact that we are talking about youth affairs and about things that can be directly translated into local, regional and European level. But also we have representatives from outside the European Union. We have Norway, we have guests from British Council. That makes this panel very global, and I hope this will be very productive and will close with great recommendations. And I hope we'll also be able to exchange some best practice and in the first place listen to young people, what the young generation has to say. We have worked really hard on our recommendations before, and this panel is some kind of an experiment because we would like to hear the youth on the one hand. So first I'd like to invite representatives of the youth to share their recommendations concerning living conditions. My dear young friends, please join us in front of the room. Guys, the floor is yours. This panel is being held in English and Polish. Everybody can have simultaneous interpreting live, so just suit yourself. And guys, share your results, please. The mic is open for you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Stehlikova. I came from the Czech Republic, Brno. I'm so happy to be the first one speaking, no pressure at all. And our group focused on the living conditions. And the first problem that falls under this umbrella is the increasingly expensive housing. It's one of the bigger problems because we all need a place to call home to function as human beings, and that doesn't exclude the youth, which also tend to have less money for it because they are usually studying and haven't been able to make that much money. The suggestion that we came up with is for the local government to try and keep the uniqueness of the cities and try to balance the tourist investments with the well-being of the youth. Therefore, limiting gentrification, which is one of the biggest reasons why apartments and places to live get more and more expensive. I think it's also important to mention that by finding that balance, the cities don't lose the money that comes from tourism, because when you try to keep the cultural uniqueness of cities, the tourists will come to see what's nice and it becomes the attraction and you still get the money from it. That's it for me, and I would like to pass the word to my colleague next to me. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Doreen. I'm representing the Ukrainian part of our group, and the main problem in my home right now is, as we know, safety, but the main problem that we may have an impact on is physically safe spaces as bomb shelters, proper bomb shelters, which can place a big amount of people in there and are constructed considering all safety rules like ventilation and so on. Bomb shelters would serve not only as emergency places but space where we could provide children and youth with education, offline education, as now we have mostly online, and also a place where we can conduct some events just for fun, because outside it is forbidden to gather people. And we also think that this problem is relevant not only for Ukraine but for areas where military aggression frequently occurs, such as Middle East, or areas where with high terrorism risks. So our solution would be to involve youth in a process of design and development, and also attracting sponsors. It would also solve such additional problems as our youth in Ukraine frequently find themselves unoccupied, and they tend to spend their free time in some unhealthy ways. And also we would be able to give them some practice and which would help them find their job afterwards. Thank you very much.
Hi. My name is Mateusz. I'm from Poland, from Gdańsk. I'm gonna be talking today about the creation of youth-friendly spaces. As already were said, we were talking about housings. We were talking about like the physical safe spaces. Now I want to mark the point that youth need the space, their own space in cities. We can divide this group to two subgroups. I will start with the first one, which is the places in buildings, the youth hubs, the place where youth can go anytime, can do their job inside of it. They can create projects, charge their phones, laptops, have some place where they can drink coffee, where they can just collaborate, just talk, where they can have just a place where they are feeling safe. To that, I want to go to the second part of this subject, which is the green spaces. youth also need a lot of spaces to spend time in green zones, environment. This is all connected also with mental health. When youth can just chill on a place with a lot of green, with being close to the nature, they are more productive. They can do a lot of tasks as well outside when it's warmer outside. This is a good alternative for these youth hubs when it's warmer, because of course when it's cold outside we would probably spend this time in the hubs which I mentioned before, and when it's warmer the green zones with some power plugs, so we can charge our devices, work in projects, cooperate, and work for our better future. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing the results of your 3 days work. That is your recommendation. And dziękuję wam bardzo, że tutaj jakby z nami podzieliliście się waszym spostrzeżeniami.
Thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you for sharing your recommendations. As regards youth-friendly places, now I'd like to pass the floor to Deputy Mayor Beata Stepaniuk, and she will share some best practice that I already know of, but I will not give the game away. She will tell you about how the city works for youth towards creating youth-friendly spaces. Well, hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased that the problems of young people are more or less the same. Doesn't matter where you come from. Everybody knows and agrees youth spaces are relevant, are important, and are expected. And we, as European Youth Capital, we had to learn what youth spaces are. I remember when we started this European Youth Capital project, when we tried to define what youth spaces may be, we did a little study, and the youth told us they wanted places where they might feel fine, secure. And we spoke in different forums. We discussed that, well, the youth is already there in various city spaces, like in cultural institutions. They go to libraries. We have 40 municipal libraries across the city. The youth are there as well. But for some reason, the youth doesn't say it's a youth space. Even if they go to a cultural institution, they never refer to it as a youth space or youth-friendly space. So when we were defining what these youth spaces can be, we just asked the youth. So we did a very basic thing, which is the fundamental for every partnership, is to learn from each other, get to know each other. And this is what we did. So together, we pulled our heads together and we set up a few places where you can do anything, I mean anything, inverted commas. On the other hand, you can go there and do nothing. In other words, a young person can be there and nobody will expect them to do anything. They just are there. They know what the opening times are, and the opening hours are very early and very late. And these places are where youth can go just straight from the street. They expect that there is someone inside, but this person inside will never press them to do anything, will never impose any obligations on them. But at the same time, this person will be some sort of a guardian, some sort of a mentor that will have a specific proposition to that young person, but they will never press, they will never push the visitor to do it. So these youth spaces that you can just enter, have coffee, charge your phone, find a friend, not necessarily talk to your peers or your classmates, but just talk to accidental people from different age groups. And this is really very beneficial, because almost every day, a few hundred young people, maybe not every day, every month, a few hundred young people come to our places, including Hey. Hey is the name of our first youth space that we inaugurated in the city. Next week, we are going to celebrate the first anniversary of this space, and it provides just these functions. It serves these very purposes. It has been accepted by young people as their own, so wherever you go there, you can see young people being there and taking advantage of it. And as the European Youth Capital, we decided to take this challenge to start as many such spaces as possible. So our strategy was to work with NGOs to help or to just get together and decide together where such places may be set up. And I think European Youth Capital is all about cooperation. And the city's approach is that it's very often NGOs or youth organizations are those entities that can help us reach the youth most effectively. And basically, NGOs have a great experience in organizing, identifying, and even selecting people, personnel for such places. So they have helped us to identify leaders, mentors, and of course places. So if you go there, you will meet a person who is trained to understand, listen, and deal with young people. Of course, every person is different, every place is different. There are some distinguishing factors or features as always, but this person must really feel open and always ready to speak to young people and just be on the same page with them. So our target is to establish 10 youth-friendly spaces across the city. We have a plan, and I think I want to thank my entire team and my partners for making these places real and that young people want to be there.
I admit that we also use the Lublin example to boast about our successes in building youth-friendly spaces. And just to activate the audience, I'll ask you who visited Hey yesterday. Okay, so it's a lively and frequently visited place. So I'm glad you had the chance to visit it.
Of course, you are working with the youth on the national level and also taking care about the issue about friendly spaces in Norway. Could you please share with us this good practice, what you can transfer as a good practice to share with us?
I really like everything that you've shared and emphasizing the fact that young people need places where they can be. In Norway, there are many places, many spaces for young people, and we see that there are a lot of youth clubs for young people. And just when we go back home to Norway, me and my team, we have something called a democracy workshop for young gamers, because we know that there are a lot of misconceptions about what's happening on the internet with young people. But we know also that for many young boys and girls, being online is actually a space for them to socialize often. So I would just pick that up as an example of young people where they meet and they learn about what democracy is and how democratic citizenship looks like online as well. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to that, and we wanted to bring that up as an example for young people to share experiences and the experience of being a digital citizenship together.
Thank you so much. Marianne, you are the next European Youth Capital. I guess that you already have the program and everything is prepared. Are you also include the recommendation of the youngster in your program for the next year?
Yes, of course. That's very important. Yes. For example, we have in Ghent also a lot of youth spaces, but we make a difference between youth spaces and public spaces, because we find it's very important that both are qualitative, and the pandemic made clear that also the outdoor space is very important, not only for youngsters, for everybody. And then, for example, in Ghent we have a very large youth work. We talked about it also in this Congress, and most of the youth work in Flanders, they have their own infrastructure. So these are already safe spaces for youth who come to this youth work. We also have youth welfare clubs. These are more also attending to disadvantaged youngsters who have their safe spaces. They are not pushed to anything, but they can come there, and there are people who are there that they can talk to about fun, but also about less fun things that they have in their lives. So it's important that these places are there. And there's also sometimes temporary places who are waiting for big translations, but sometimes as a city you can also have these places and give them for some years sometimes to youngsters to do their own thing. So we try to we give grants from the city, but the youngsters themselves may do what they want with that building, for example, and be there for their peer-to-peer. So that's very important.
Thank you so much for that. And I see that Bartek, you would like to make some comments, so please.
Jeśli można, ja chyba znalazłem definicję.
If I may, perhaps I have come up with the definition youth space is. Youth space is where there are not many adults, as you know, where youth can stay on their own. Without any surveillance, and that's where question of the security or safety appears. I think that we can take discrete action to to ensure this safety. One of such places in Kielce is the grains warehouse. It used to be a warehouse for cereals, so these are big halls that are available to the youth now. But what I believe is essential with all these spaces is that youth is engaged in co-deciding, in taking ownership, even if on very little things. For instance, just to give you some examples from Kielce, we had the youth groups, working together to remove snows from the streets faster than municipal services would do it. Or they would organize the cash collections to fund the projects. So again, such initiatives make people, young people, kind of co-owners of the projects and the spaces, and it provides for the respect that they have for their own common property. Let's say. And again, just to highlight one thing, there was a question about how young people should enter into public life, and I believe that this is a huge task for state administration, really, and perhaps European the level as well, to provide for programs to facilitate, to support young people in kind of entering the adult life. And I hope that we'll talk about this in detail later on. I believe this is a huge issue at the European level, and Europe is not the best place, or is not the easiest place for young people to live in. So there are a lot of problems they are facing now, and perhaps from the Polish perspective it's not quite visible, but for instance, unemployment in Spain more than 50 people among young people, 50% among young people. In Italy, the same situation. And if you don't have a job, don't earn your living, then you don't have any resources to find, an apartment or, that's why, they stay for, long into adult life with the parents, and, they stay dependent on the parents. Thank you very much for this comment. As the representative of the young generation and feeling young myself, I would sign up to this. And now, from the Polish perspective, let me ask Maciej about Gdańsk perspective. When Mateusz presented a spaces friendly to the youth. Well, he's from Gdańsk, so now it's your turn. Well, yesterday night we discussed that, and Mateusz pointed to some deficit of such spaces in Gdańsk. Well, I wouldn't agree completely. I mean, there are the shopping malls that perform this function for young people, and I believe that we can tap into this potential. The drawback is that it's really hard to moderate such spaces in shopping malls, and perhaps provide for some proposition or offer to young people. But I believe that it's worthwhile using the potential of the existing the spaces, if there are public spaces known to young people. In Gdańsk, it's the European Solidarity Center, for instance, with there's a separate zone, everyday solidarity. It's open to young people. It attracts young people. They can go there and charge their phones, but most importantly, they can meet and talk to each other. And there are plenty more places like that. And mind you, I haven't consulted this with Madam Mayor, but 2 weeks ago, we just opened the water dust space. And it's vis-à-vis the shopping mall. And again, its roots date back to our application process for the European Youth Capital. We weren't awarded the title, of course, but we have kept the cultural institute that manages such spaces, and that would be an ideal place, this water dust place for youth as well. Next, I would also emphasize that it's important not only to provide physical spaces, but some platforms for the exchange of ideas between young people. And Łódź perhaps is the best example. I mean, that they have been hugely successful in this regard. Gdańsk has become the European the capital of volunteering, and this also gives us some the experiences to be used. Now we are applying for the European Capital of Integration, and this will also be useful. I'm really glad to hear that we will be able very soon to showcase other examples, not only Lublin but Gdańsk, other cities. Now, the delegates of our youth group, would you like to add something to that? Well, so if we talk about Gdańsk and regarding the shopping malls, it's a really complicated thing. Well, these are large spaces, hard to control anything in there, my impression is that, well, they are frequented by young people very much. That's a matter of fact. But it's also my impression that the young people also need some quiet, some space, some retreats. Just like the zone in the European Solidarity Center. So just like in Łódź, such spaces should be made available to the young people. Just like in Lublin, as in the process of the European Youth Capital. Thank you very much. Thank you for this voice. And now let me switch for a while and let us switch to development opportunities. So other representatives of another workshop group.
I see that this time we have like the main representation. So guys, are you ready? We can start.
Yeah, just 1 second. The information is already up there, but I just want to be certain. Yeah, hello. My name is Kieran Fearn. I'm from Belfast in Northern Ireland. And the problem that we are addressing under the development opportunities is lack of non-academic avenues into employment and entrepreneurship. Our recommendation is to increase the number of vocational and practical educational courses, both informal and formal, and preferably for post-16-year-olds. In my experience anyway, I think this is very valuable. Universities are becoming maybe somewhat less popular in a lot of different avenues, and I think there's a lot of utility in trying to find skills and qualifications that can be equivalent to university education. And I think one of the innovations that we believe would be useful is to create a central platform, online or in person, in each country in the European Union, for example, funded by the city councils or funded by the EU, that has all these opportunities advertised on them in an equal fashion, and you can find them anywhere that you look. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Mikołaj. I am from Poland. I live near Lublin. And what I wanted to talk about is youth fundraising and management education. And what it essentially comes down to is that young people want to be a part of developing their hometown or their city. But for that, you obviously need money. But young people don't always know where to get the money. But it is there. So one solution that could be that could solve this problem is organizing, providing the youth with knowledge on how to get the money, either from the government or from the outside organizations, foundations, or even to earn the money. So it would be like different workshops, educational trips, meetings with experts on the topic, on how to manage, how to get, and how to, even more importantly, manage the money. So yeah, that's all.
So my name is Sergey, and I would like to talk about the current problem, which name is insufficient knowledge in the domain of our educational system. And would like to solve it. Our proposition is to give NGOs a permission to have lectures in the schools. So, therefore, we can provide students with hand-on experience and hand-on exposures to global and daily life problems, such as like health relations, financial literacy, and human rights. And this will spark not only the change how to change and spark the desire to change, but as well as give them practical skills. And so it will challenge our ways of learning, it will encourage innovation thinking, and it will bridge the gap between practice and theory that we have now in our schools. And most importantly, we believe that this integration will cultivate the culture of social responsibility when the students are not only learners but also doers who know what is society give them and they would like to give it back to society. So in conclusion, it is our implementing NGOs in our educational system is our innovation in the future, and it's investment, and where all the students are empowered to have a positive change. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation of your recommendation. One comment from my side: definitely NGOs should be connected with the schools and try and really provide for the youth the activities based on non-formal education, because it's the really strong point which help the youngster to develop their skills and competences. So thank you for that voice. I am absolutely delighted and absolutely agree about that. But I would like to ask Veronika, if you can make some comments. What do you think about the recommendation? Maybe from your perspective, there is something to share?
Так, я буду спілкуватися українською, щоб не було таких бар'єрів і щоб можна було передати якраз те, що я хочу сказати.
I'll be speaking in Ukrainian. So, when we initiate such activities, we need to keep in mind that there's youth living in cities, but there's youth in countryside as well. So don't let's forget about them. And mind you, their options are even more limited than in the cities. So let me show you some practical experiences. Last year, our youth center launched a roving center of civic activity, and we visited, villages, rural locations where youth don't have any, contact with NGOs. And there were different work streams in that project. First of all, mental health support and volunteering, and the third one was leadership. And I believe that this is a best practice to be shared. There are a lot of young people, connecting to us, but launching their own projects locally. So again, don't let's forget about the youth in the countryside who are also willing to run the projects, to be activated, to contribute, and to that end, you can have a variety of activities. For instance, why don't we have a roving consultant to help engage social leaders among young people, and so the idea is great, I think. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share this suggestion with you.
Let's go to the other country.
All right.
Mahira, it is possible that you also add some information how you are dealing with that in Norway?
Thank you. It makes me so happy to see how you are thirsty for knowledge and concrete skills and concrete competences, and that there's this willingness to learn. Because a lot of the things that we see that is discouraging young people is that they don't see the places that they can go to learn all of the things that you are mentioning, that you want to learn, you want to experience, you want to have hands-on experience. And I think that it's so important that you're saying and kind of confirming that that is something that young people need, also to be motivated and to know what's out there and how you can contribute in the society. And from our experiences, we see that young people actually think that it's quite boring to listen to lectures and experts speaking, but they actually prefer learning by doing. So having spaces, as you mentioned, for non-formal education, which in practice means that you do exercises and practices and fun activities where you learn about concrete skills, like how can you how can you, if you're meeting a politician, argue for your points and be listened to? That is very important for many young people that we see. That which you can learn more about by being in a safe space where you can practice that instead of having a lecturer telling you how to argue. That is very boring, and I remember having that happening to me when I went to school. I didn't learn anything. You learn by speaking, you learn by arguing, and also you learn by someone disagreeing with you. I think for Wergeland Center it is so important that non-formal education is at the heart of what we do, and then we do it with young people. We do it through them, and we do it for them because we see that it works. Just really happy and encouraged and inspired to hear that there is so much willingness to learn, which is the core and the heart of young people that we need to develop ourselves in the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also see that Bartek, you would like to make some comments, so I pass the floor to you.
Ja bym chciał trochę takiej europejskiej perspektywy do tego.
Well, I'd like to add some European perspective to it. I think there is a mental shift in the European Union, mental or the shift of mentality, I should say. The year 2022 within the EU was branded as the year of the youth. So if you had the chance to listen to Ursula von der Leyen, who has an annual speech, the so-called EU address, the State of the Union, she started her speech this year from youth affairs. And speaking about point one that you mentioned, that is organization or co-funding of practices or different opportunities for young people to learn practical skills outside the formal education, something school fails somehow to teach. We have this solidarity corpus, which is not going to fund traineeships or practices as it used to before, but it still is very active in co-funding and co-organizing voluntary work in the broad sense, in the pan-European dimension. Although it's not the best message to Northern Ireland, that part is excluded, I know, from the future programs, although I have very positive experience from Derry, for example, and the same with the Erasmus program, which is supposed to support and encourage youth mobility. Now, speaking about raising funds or education regarding raising funds, this also happens at the national level. The National Liberty Institute has certain umbrella funds available also at the local level. So very small groups, very small voluntary groups can also apply for funds. You don't even have to set up a foundation or any institutionalized form of activity. You may be like a group of chess fans, or maybe you want to have a party in the open air, and you can ask, you can apply for funds, and we can do it. So you can try without going too far in formal terms. And as a headmaster, and speaking of the participation of NGOs, we have to be very, very clear about that. And sorry if I'm straying away from the main point, but for 3 years we've been wondering who should enter the school or who should not enter the school. And we have a Minister of Education now who comes from Lublin, and it's very much up to him who may enter school to offer some sort of training or classes. And I myself travel across Europe as Team Europe to offer various sorts of training at different schools. And I can see that school administration are more and more reluctant to invite us here in Poland because they fear external audits from local education administration board. And still there are schools very open to NGOs, but sometimes they just let me in through the back door, and the headmaster had to pretend I'm not there. So saying, okay, I will turn a blind eye to your presence because we might be in trouble if they know it at the administration. We've had 3 attempts to pass a law on school NGO cooperation. They all failed. We will see what happens after the elections. If we succeed, the headmaster, school governance will have to ask permission whether an NGO should be able to enter the school. Of course, this is with the exception of, for example, scouting organizations. So whether we invite sex educators who are banned in Hungary, for example, or some other organization, it will need to be approved by, say, by the state, by the at least local government. So this will not help education, let alone having to ask permission to take your class to the cinema, because you will have to write an application and explain whether the film is decent and worth watching. So NGOs are not always comfortable to work with. This is certainly more visible in Hungary, but Poland is not really falling much behind that system and that situation. I'm sorry for setting this pessimistic view. Well, we're here to speak our minds, and we are fine with this, and thank you for sharing. Well, I'm optimistic that we will succeed, and as representatives of mainly youth organizations, we'll be able to work with schools, to enter schools, to offer citizen education and any other activities that the youth may find useful. And we believe in the strength, in the power of youth. They want extra classes. They want to learn more on top of their curricula. And I think this is all about dialogue. I think we will make it. And it's also very relevant to network, to learn from each other. Everybody here, young or old, you have perhaps experienced how the process of education or project management or budget management, how challenging it is, but on the other hand, how easy it may become if you have people to work with and safe space to be in. All right, Maciej, you want to comment on this? Well, referring to Bartek's words, I want to calm you down, because there is a solution to introduce extra content to this curriculum, and we did it in Gdańsk a number of times. But going back to the management of funds in the cities of Polish Union of Metropolises, there is this phenomenon of participatory budget, and it's a great lesson for young people to learn how to manage public money. And I do encourage young people to do it. Well, the interest is varied from place to place, as with any participatory activity, but this is some sort of an exercise ground. This is an opportunity to learn where money comes from, and we do have such a project in Gdańsk. Where does the money come from, and what your money is spent on? And local governments in Poland have more and more tasks to fulfill imposed by the central administration, but there is no money going behind it. This is not, something secret, but people sometimes don't understand it. So we have this project of Gdańsk citizen classes going back to 2001. It came together with producing a report for the European Committee of Regions. It was about the state of European democracy. And one of the conclusions of this document was that without an open school, a school developing a citizen attitude, without it we will not go too far. And And this should really continue from preschool to high school institutions. So we have a number of scenarios for each age group, adapted, adjusted to the intellectual capacity of a young person. We learn what Europe is, what locality is, where money comes from, and that it's necessary to be responsible for public property, for public funds, and how to say no or how to oppose when you don't like something. We teach how to empathize with others, how to be tolerant. And part of these citizen classes or citizenship classes, we also invite external experts from NGOs, local politicians, decision makers, activists, representatives of youth groups. This is absolutely fundamental. Another thing is excursions, trips. So we visit the European Solidarity Center in Gdańsk. We visit the Gdańsk City Council sessions. And we also take part in various campaigns that somehow add to what we call the urban spirit. We meet with migrants. We take part in the so-called Tour de Constitution. So meetings with people responsible for implementing a law. Well, this is all we want to implement, and it's also some sort of an export product. So if you would like to borrow these ideas, feel free to borrow from us. We have 58 schools and kindergartens in this project. I think it's quite successful.
Thank you very much, Maciej, for your perspective. It's really interesting. And, teaching young people about this, local character, locality, so that we are not only citizens of Poland, but, citizens of our local communities is really important. Thank you very much for sharing this practice. And I have a question to the representatives of the youth. Any comments on your part?
Not necessarily, but thank you. I'm working on projects at the moment that aims to bring youth voices to local politics. And yeah, these initiatives from Gdansk and from Poland, I've learned so much. I'm going to hopefully connect with more people here, and it's all about connections. It's all about who you know, not necessarily what you know. And yeah, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the recommendation and create this space that not only we learn from you, but as we can see, you also take something from our good practicing from Gdańsk. And I would like to invite you to make exchange. And the representative from the free time, you are more than welcome to sit together with us. I was very curious at the beginning what is mean the free time and what actually the youngster and the youth representation will include to this statement. So girls, last time was the boys, now we have the girls. I would like to hear what kind of the recommendation you would like to share with us.
Hello. As it was already stated, our group, not just us, but also many other people who are sitting there and watching us now, focused mainly on the topic of free time. And our first recommendation, or the first problem that we agreed on, is lack of information about events and spaces for young people, which may be already existing, but there is no platform to share them between and to the young people themselves. So our solution was an idea to create some app which would consist of a map of these places, also calendar which would consist of the events that would take part, and maybe create some kind of social media platform to share also these things and talk about these apps and social media platform in school so that it can get to many young people. Also, we had an idea that the bigger companies who would want to add their events or advertise them would be asked to pay for that advertisement so that we would get money to improve this application, this program, and it wouldn't have to be funded only by the local government or government itself. But definitely the smaller local companies or the volunteer groups would not be asked to pay for the advertisement. It could cooperate with local schools, libraries, so it could also have the educational workshops or tutoring programs, thrifting events, celebration days, etc. And also it could connect the free sport spaces and places where you can borrow sport equipment, which would be talked about later. Also, we agreed that the events should be not only participated but also organized by young people, so they would represent the needs of the young people in the area. And also, we thought about the app, also including information about how are these places and events accessible, for example, for people who are on wheelchair, etc. And now I would pass the microphone to my colleague.
Hi, I'm Hania, and our second problem is we don't have a space for young people. Our problem is the lack of equipment for various pitches. Many young people who go out do not have a ball or a tennis racket. It is possible to rent equipment, and our solution is organize co-work with a closed shop or city council rooms at a sports facility so that the sports equipment is there and young people can use it. For example, by leaving their school ID.
Hello everyone, my name is Kavun Yelizaveta. I am from Ukraine, from Kyiv, and I live now exactly in Kyiv. So the third problem of which we find in the free time is the low level of motivation. And the solution which we see is create the youth networking and leadership programs. So why we have a low motivation? Because in school, in some organizations, sometimes we have a bullying inside it, and children want to do something, but they're scared about this. So in these programs and in these workshops, we need to continue the psychology training for children, know how they need to talk by themselves, how they need to care about themselves. Also, it can be like exchanging program, like when the students from one school go to the students to other school, and they see that everyone is the same and everyone has the same problem. And also, it can be like project, like it can be called like future leader or how to be a leader. And after this project, a lot of children can feel that they're ready to be a leader, that they're ready to change something, and they will go to be in the government to try to help the other young people, and they will change the system. Because sometimes now we have that in some governments, they're accepting the project for Ukraine, for young people without young people. They don't exactly know what young people want. So I hope that if it can be like I see this, the young people will help change the generation, and young generation will be more creative, more powerful, and it's obviously everything will be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. One comment from my side. It's very tricky to hear the youth needs because the youth include at least two generations with absolutely different point of view. So sometimes it's really, really tricky to follow even inside of the youth group. But about your topic, I know very good program which is Stronger Together, and I would like to ask. And I would like to ask Krisa to share how it works and if this program actually answers on the recommendation of the youth.
Hello, and thank you very much, Alina. Yes, indeed. Well, I have to say I'm overwhelmed with the richness of our conversation, and I would like to thank the colleagues for all the thoughts that they brought in the table. I'm very happy at the same time to hear that young people want and they are seeking for skills development and networking. I think this is very important. This is also what Stronger Together does. It is also about co-creation. It is about bringing young people in designing the program that they want, the ability for them to participate from scratch. And also, I have to say that it is very refreshing to hear from young people. But at the same time, I think that we are in a good level, also in a European level. I would like to add that for Europe, 2023 is also the European Year for Skills. So that means that policymakers hear what young people need. So I think that we are in a good way, in a good way where if we stay connected, if we keep discussing and exchanging. Yes.
Thank you so much. Marianne, what do you think about this application, this topic about the free time? How the city of Ghent is dealing with that recommendation that the youngster present? Do you actually having some program or doing some action?
I would like to talk about volunteer and engagement from youngsters. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity about youth work and youth welfare work, because these are places where children at a young age start with the fun things and all program that is given to them. And a lot of them get step by step, if they want to, it's not obliged, they are getting more responsibility, little ones, bigger ones. So a lot of youngsters get the opportunity to grow and to have and to develop skills in a safe context that they know, and to learn to not to be small, but to become more great, and also know that how they can communicate to each other, how that they can organize things, and so on. And we see that a lot of young people who are coming several times to youth work and youth welfare work, that they are growing to be volunteers into these same organizations and other organizations, and that they are very kind to be to show how you can change as a person, and how you can be that you can show to others how you can grow up in these things. So I think it's very important also on the local level to make possible that youth work, that youth welfare work can grow, can be there, that there are spaces for them. So yes.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Teraz pozwolę sobie wejść trochę na polski grunt.
Now let me just move to the Polish perspective for a while. We have Radek that is very much involved in networking, not only between local governments, but institutions as well. And as far as I know, it includes youth councils, youth groups, and the programs to develop leadership skills. Is it right, Radek? Well, yes and no, both at the same time. For sure, as regards the problems that you have identified and defined, I mean, I'm always tend to get upset, when I learn from Facebook that, my friends have had an opportunity to go to a concert hall, which I didn't know anything about. So I would agree that sharing information and this information platform would be a good solution. Now, Lublin has shown everyone how well local government units can work together. Mind you, we have 25 units like that in Lubelskie. And we do it effectively, and we have been doing this for a long time now. I kept silent when there was discussion about the youth spaces, but the partners involved, the stakeholders. So what's the cooperation between us? I mean, it's a meeting, it's a discussion, it's brainstorming, it's arguments sometimes. It's, it's departure from each other, at times, but then it's a reunion. So it's like, like a marriage, but this is what cooperation is about. You can have a row, an argument, but if you know that you are pursuing the same objective, then you will reunite. And mind you, we have been listening in to the workshop groups as well, and how effective we were in networking. And again, touching on the youth spaces, the majority of public spaces have been adapted in Lublin to the needs of the youth. The folk park, for instance, the Lithuanian Square, with the beautiful, benches. I mean, I can't see, my peers. I see, 15, 16-year-olds there. So what we do in Lublin and in the vicinity, in the metropolitan area of Lublin, well, has been effective. And as to the last point, let me just quote this. Well, we can't be blamed for the spiritual the vacuum or spiritual emptiness. We are the world of Spider-Man. So, mind you, don't be ashamed of the world that you are living in. It's just reality will be helping you in fighting against these bad phenomena, because you are our future. And then I will join in on the fourth section of our discussion.
Norway to say a few words about the issue of free time. Maria.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to give you a comment about lack of motivation. I think we can also call it political disengagement among young people in Europe generally. We're seeing that this is a big issue for democracy, not having young people taking part, not having enough information, to not being enough organized to get the information about where they can participate and how they can participate. And you had a solution to have a leadership program, but then I start thinking about, but what about young leaders who are already leaders, who still don't have motivation? And because that's also an issue, and then we can question ourselves, why does young leaders also not have a lot of motivation? And then for me, I'm specifically thinking about youth councils in Norway. So Wergeland Center work a lot of different youth councils all around Norway. Norway is a very long country, and there are different practices among all of these youth councils. So in 2019, it was made mandatory for all the municipalities to have that. But how to have them, how to elect them, how to engage them, to give them concrete tools to be engaged and to take part actively, that was not really well formulated. So you have some municipalities where youth councils are really active, and they're super engaged, super motivated, and they represent their schools. But then you have other youth councils where they're not. And we've seen that there one thing that's really that are differentiating them, and that's that where they are dismotivated or like where they're not motivated, it's because they're in a way forced to follow the diplomatic and bureaucratic ways of working. You know, paperwork. It's boring. You know, it's not fun. And I've been there and seen how they work, and they're working in a way that adults do. And that does not work for young people. And what the Workland Center is doing is that we're inviting young people or these youth councils to an island that today represents democracy, and talk about how can we be active citizens and how can we take part in our councils in an active way. And what is really fun to see is that those who are so networking is also important. So how these young leaders learn, they learn from each other's ways of working. So those who are working in a very bureaucratic way, they're learning a lot from other youth municipalities who are working in a creative way. But there's also something to learn from youth municipalities who are following very formal ways of working. So exchanging experiences between young people, again, and from those young leaders, we see that it's more inspiring and it's more motivating because it's coming from them. So that's a very concrete example of how at least Workland Center is trying to meet that need of becoming motivated, even when you have given the space around the table, because it's not enough to just have a seat, but you need to also have the tools to do that. And I wanted to also say something which is not related to what I do, but about like having access to football and rackets and so on to play. Norway again it's a long country. It's a country where we ski a lot, and skiing and snowboarding is very, very, very expensive. And when I was growing up, I was not part of like skiing with my friends because it was super expensive for my family to afford it. But we have offers and initiatives in Norway where they offer you that for free. So you can go to these organizations. I'm not sure what they're called in English, but I realized that we have these initiatives and offers last year, and my winter has changed completely. It's less boring. So it's possible to make your municipalities have these offers for young people. I think it's very important.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is actually quite interesting and linked with the issue how to find the information about that. And we are on the circle, that the opportunity exists, but to reach them, it's quite a challenge for the youth and for the adults as well. Krisa, you would like to make some comments, yeah?
Yes, thank you. I would like to echo what you just said, because also Stronger Together is a leadership program. And when we designed the program, we had some research. And the insights that we got from this research is that young people don't like to be politically, let's say, active in formal ways. And they prefer platforms such as more informal platforms and ways of expressing themselves politically. So this would be social media, or campaigns such as Black Lives Matter, for example. So I think this is very important, but as you said, like networking is very important because you always have to learn from other examples and other colleagues. So it is very important to stay connected, and also other contexts, because in our own countries we have to share good practices, but we also we can learn from other countries. Yes.
Thank you so much. And the last word is going to Poland. Maciej, I see your hands up.
Tak jest. Jeśli chodzi o dostęp do informacji, to szczerze powiedziawszy bardzo pomocna byłaby
As regards access to information, I think we would like to hear from young people what are their preferred channels of communication. I mean, how they would like to be reached. Because if we take part in a promotion, I'll just tell you an anecdote. Some time ago, we had a band called a Closed Hospital Ward. And there was a frontman, a very effervescent personality, and he was facing the whole stadium of people, and he said something like, "What a nice homing we are having here." So, and he was surprised with so many people that he was able to talk to. So my idea is, or my question is, how to communicate with you? How many people are able to pick up this information? What are your preferred channels of communication? And now speaking about professionalization or leadership training, I'm fully for that. And we have that Krakow Academy of Self-Government. It's a great tool, great training for young people that shows you how to become a leader, how to find a leader in you in the first place, and how to encourage others to do it, how to find your way, for example, into business or politics. It's up to you. But this must be professionally done. So the young people are taught, for example, how to be convincing politicians or decision makers. The second area or exercise ground for young people is the municipal youth city council. This is where the young can have their say, can make some decisions for their peers, but of course, as you said, they need some tools. And like in every parliament, when there is a new MP entering the parliament, there is the so-called orientation. So someone must tell him or her what to do, where to go, how to communicate. And this is something we need also in city councils, in local governments, and we shouldn't really spare money to make it well, and every such institution should have this kind of orientation plan for the new members too. Well, just a comment. Besides youth city council, youth organizations is where you should go in the first place. Of course, leadership is not only about politics, because as Lublin, we are very proud that we have been able to identify local community leaders, and who, after years, they became CEOs, they became leaders or heads of organizations, including NGOs. Some years ago, they were volunteers, just regular helpers, and when they found their way to grow, and when they had an idea, and this idea can be funded, or this idea can raise some funds, at least for a start. So, at some point, they found strength and motivation to set up their own business or organization and focus on a community that needs support. That to support people who maybe are in their place a couple of years before. And politicians, when you speak about politicians to young people, they don't want to hear about this. So leadership is not necessarily becoming an MP or president, but just to be a leader of your own community, also through, not as an individual, but through youth organizations. And these leadership skills will come in handy, will be very, very useful. You never know when, maybe in politics, maybe elsewhere. So this set of qualities that we can develop will help us find fulfillment in whatever we do in the future for the community, for other people. Well, thank you very much. I'm from a youth organization, and I feel like a leader. So thank you very much for your words.
The recommendation part, but I would like to hear your voice. Maybe you have some comments after the discussion, something to add.
I want to add that I'm so thankful that we can be here, that we can share our mind, and this is not only about one country, it's a lot of countries, and I see that every country have the same problems, and we find the same solution. So if we will be together, we can do this. So we are stronger together.
I see that the name of the program Stronger Together is very famous. So thank you so much for that sharing. Thank you for this recommendation. And let's do the last switch. And I would like to invite the group of the youth engagement. Hello, guys. Are you ready? Perfect.
I hope you're not too sleepy for me. It was pressuring to be the first group, but always interesting to be the last one because everyone's. But anyway, so I would like to talk a little bit about the marginalized youth group because they don't always get their voice heard. They're also the most underrepresented group of youth out there. So I would like to draw the attention actually to their employment because the employment of disadvantaged youth, and when I say disadvantaged youth, there's a lot of ways to think of disadvantaged youth, but what we mean is actually literacy disadvantage, economic disadvantage, and also physical disadvantage, so disabled person. And what I want to draw the attention to is like, if we take economic, for example, like young people who are like, they have a lot on their plates, they're trying to survive, they just want food on their plate. They're not even thinking about engaging with their society yet. They're not an active member because they don't have the privilege to do that. So their needs are not covered. So what I want to address then to kind of like involve them in the engagement and also cover their basic necessities is actually to let and encourage local county to employ them on local levels, to invite them in to their organizations like, hey, we have these resources, we have all of these equipments, we're here for you, let's learn together. And I love that, Mahira, you actually brought up how like we don't like, because we really don't. We don't like learning with lectures. We learn by doing. We learn by practice. And I love that you bring that up because it's actually very much connected to what I want to talk about. It's like learning by doing. So that's what I want to talk about. It's learning through employment, learning through acting and actively involved in seeing what is happening. Exposure, that's another thing that is very, very important. And so that's from my part. Yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Zuzia. I am from Poland, and our problem is promotion and communications. We are make events, and we would like to be more promoted by City Council, because we are making event for young people, and we would like that teenagers would know about us. Solution, for example, could be group in Messenger or WhatsApp with people from school. And the teenagers will be promoting our project or events in the school, and it's really help for us. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maya. I am from Poland. And the problem that I will be discussing is the access to decision-making and political knowledge, or rather the lack of it. So we all know that it is very important to include the youth into their issues from early age. But the youth is not being properly listened to, and it's not treated seriously. Even though we have in schools student councils, they very often don't work properly. Their issues and ideas are not treated with respect, and often they are not taken into real consideration. They are more like puppets just for a show. So our solution is to give them more power and freedom to manage their problems and ideas. There is also a need for change in approach to youth voicing their own problems. Moreover, we think that educational system and school management should co-work with student council to give them more empowerment.
Thank you so much for that words. And I would like to pass the floor to Cameron, the representative of British Youth Council. You're an expert of the field of the youth engagement. So I'm looking for the good practicing and answer for the girls for the group recommendation.
Most definitely, yes. So hello everyone, I'm from the United Kingdom, and as Alina said, I work for the British Youth Council. So this is an independent organisation from the government who run the Members of Youth Parliament system. And this is where every province or county has their own young Member of Parliament. And I'll explain that in more detail now. So candidates who are interested in this role of the ages up to 18 are allowed to apply to be a Member of Youth Parliament. And after this process takes place and the candidates, every candidate has the opportunity to run, all the local schools, social media campaigns advertise the elections, which take place every 3 years. And at a certain point of year, usually September, after each 3 years, there's an election that takes place, and young people vote for the candidate that aligns with the values and priorities of themselves. So after this process takes place, the members of Youth Parliament are selected. So there usually is one member of Youth Parliament and then a deputy and then a council of committees. So everyone does stay involved. And I think this is a really great system to engage young people. So everyone has an opportunity, and also young people that aren't possibly leaders or don't want to be engaged or run or for the election can also contribute by having their vote, having their say on who to select to represent them. After this election takes place and the candidates have been chosen, the work starts essentially, and they go out in their very localized communities, just in their counties, their provinces, and run local activities. Usually these take place in town halls, they could be cultural days, and it's a good experience for young people of politics, campaigning, putting on events to increase youth participation. And through this, they gather information from young people across their county, and they do generate a plethora of knowledge, essentially, of their own city or town. Then this information gets collected each year, and there's an annual conference that takes place for all counties, and essentially every county collects together and feeds back the priorities that have done, the priorities of the young people of that county, and a formal document is made every year that collates all this information. And that is essentially our manifesto. It's called the Make Your Mark scheme. And it's really representative of what localized youth needs. And this is where my role comes in. I work for the international team of the British Youth Council. So we kind of use these recommendations to make sure the voices of the UK, the young voices of the UK, are heard at international conferences like this. And I think that's one way we engage with the young people, to provide a space for them to represent their thoughts and priorities. But I will say some of the most challenging things of this is to engage with policymakers, cabinet ministers, because it is hard to get their time. And although there are always events throughout the year directly related to members of Youth Parliament and those MPs, it is very challenging because they have so much stuff to do. And the real message we are trying to put forward now is the people who are going through this system, people in this room today. I would really encourage them, if you're interested in politics, not to think of politics as something that, okay, let me have my career and then maybe past the age of 45, let's go into politics. If you want to go into politics, you can do it after the age of 18. Like, we need more people, more young people in Parliament, in policy-making positions, because they have just come through the system. They know the youth priorities, and I think that's so important for us to expand our campaign. And I would really encourage everyone in this room and my colleagues here to try and think of that as an avenue that they can take sooner. So, yeah, and only then will the recommendations, the priorities of the youth be truly heard and implemented. And so hopefully that gives some comprehensive answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cameron doing the youth conference and working to making and organizing the events in each region in Poland is one of the biggest dream of Polish National Youth Council, and I hope that in next years it will be possible to organize and of course take this best practicing also from UK. But I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Bartłomiej. I guess that it will be some comments from European level.
Tak, ale chciałbym najpierw podążyć za tym, co powiedział Cameron i trochę
europejskie. Let me talk about, refer to what Cameron said, and let's shift the perspective a bit, and let me address the young people here. The more you will expect, you will be given something, the more disappointed you will be, and sooner than later. Mind you, Europe grows older and older. There are fewer and fewer young people, and the politicians will not have enough time to listen to you. They will be busy dealing with older constituents they will be sure they will be voting for them. So whenever you want to have a voice, you need to take part in such initiatives like Cameron said. I mean, the youth parliaments, youth councils, and so on. You need to be able to have the skill, how to vote, how to move around, how to promote your rights, how to defend your rights and stand up for them. Last year, in May, the convention that was approved by a majority, and we made an appeal to all member states to give the voting rights in the European parliamentary elections to the 16-year-olds. 3 countries have complied with that appeal, including Germany and Malta. In Poland, I mean, the politicians have been silent about that. One of the parties, of the political parties, has this, postulate somewhere in the program, but no one's interested. But from the perspective of those who are supported by the older generations, I mean, they don't have any reason to get interested. So unless you come yourselves and raise your hands and and voice your demands in a kind of bottom-up initiative with 15-year-olds, with 16-year-olds fully engaged, well, you won't succeed. We had some discussions with teenagers, and the last one was last the Tuesday, and mind you, I can tell you, the kind of level of responsibility that that they display is really impressive. So it's easy for politicians to say, well, mind you, young people will vote for the Nationalist Confederation Party, but mind you, if you decide, if you make a wrong decision, in the first time, you will learn very fast, and unless we want to push to kick the youth matters, youth affairs into the long grass, we need to be active. And why don't you be active? Why don't you get active in youth councils first, and then vote in the elections in the proper politics, national-wise, in the national level? Well, I can't agree with you. I mean, as young generations, I mean, it's not that we are absent. The problem is another level. But anyway, I believe that there will be a huge turnout among young people, and we will vote in the coming parliamentary elections. There will be a test for us, and I hope that in this way we'll form a kind of community coalition to support our efforts going forward. If not as politicians, then as consultants, as experts, to be effective, wherever we have failed so far. Well, there are, a couple of stages to go through before you are, you can vote. First of all, be active, in the local community. Start with the lowest level. I mean, run in, the school, the self-government elections. Vote for participatory budgets. Be present at meetings with politicians. Be part of the civil society platforms. That's how you learn about your local community, hands-on. And if you are active in your quarters, in your the neighborhood, in your the city, then you become a fully informed citizen of Europe. And I don't know if you know about the initiative that is operated in Gdańsk. That is, don't be asleep. I mean, because you'll be outvoted. So, mind you, globally, there's growing fascination with non-liberal democracy. To use this euphemism, this veiled authoritarianism, really. And within a couple of days, we will have this test in Poland, and let's hope we'll pass it. Now I'll pass over to the Deputy Mayor, as I see Lublin. In Lublin, the voice of young people is being heard more and more. And the European Capital, the Youth Capital title has helped us the most, perhaps. Yes, that's right. Perhaps this change of mentality, on the way of thinking about the city is not quite easy. So, textbook would tell you that, well, it's a joint effort, that we want to take care and nurture, the future generations and so on. But still, even if we have this awareness in place, then there are, budget realities that we'll need to struggle with, which will prevent or postpone the youth-related the participation projects. So actually, we use this title of the European Youth Capital to start the revolution in our youth-related the initiatives, in deep belief that we'll succeed. However, I must say that this has been a process which was really, damning. And sorry for this word. I mean, we were on the verge. I mean, either we could be successful, but likewise we could have failed. So we actually had to show that what we declare we can deliver on in reality. And this was a huge challenge to us, and at times we were frightened, with the amount of effort needed to to have face-to-face discussion with the young people over our plans for specific years of the city's life. And okay, we have started a lot of programs. Mind you, we do a lot of things together with Gdańsk, for instance, learning from each other, whether this is about civic education in our academy project, so that young people know how to move around, in the city, not only, administration or offices, but the tissue of the city, including the NGOs and organizations and cultural institutions. So we have tried our best to delegate decision-making powers to young people, And starting with little things like the call for proposals for cultural activities. We really involve young people as experts in the expert panels, deciding or awarding the funds, so that the decision-making board was fully informed about the needs of the youth, of what attracts young people. And well, it was. There were also cases where where these the boards were hard lessons for young people themselves. Hard lessons about how democracy works when the proposals were rejected, for instance. But anyway, this is how we can teach the civic democratic the process to young people, starting with the youngest age. Whether in the youth parliaments, youth councils, it's a excellent tool, along with, for instance, the school budgets or participatory budgets. So when I look at the at the subsequent rounds of the participatory budgets, I'm sad to see that a lot of people simply refrain from voting. I mean, they don't want to get active, and and mind you, if the sheer number of young people with the families, with the parents, with the grandparents and relatives, they really have a major decision-making power in their hands, and it's very effective. I mean, because for participatory budget, the path from ideation to delivery to implementation is very short, is very fast. And there are many other forms of for engagement, of the participation, and with any of them, we feel this responsibility for young people. We feel accountable to the young people. We want young people to see us as reliable partners, and we want to provide the conditions for them to be effective. I mean, to have the palpable outcomes of what they do, even if this is not 100% delivery. Well, anything will count. Or we really care. And to make sure that the young people are given feedback on their projects. Thank you very much for this.
Yeah, just to add on to that, and also directly relate to one of the key recommendations, I want to say that the British Youth Council, regarding those who are disadvantaged, runs select committees, for example, for those who are disabled, mental health and well-being, and those of ethnic minority backgrounds. And these are a part of the superstructure that I previously spoke about with the members of Youth Parliament, but in specific, these are select committees with a group of smaller group, of young activists who have particularly engaged with these kind of communities or have knowledge on them that they want to represent and put their ideas forward. So I wanted to just make clear that having a youth council, having a national or local youth delegation does not have to be restricted to just domestic policies regarding their local areas or different problems in their very small communities, but also they can address much larger issues that where they gather information on a localized basis and then feed that back through the system to tackle these much larger issues within society. And also in terms of elections, I did forget to mention that when we are having elections for members of Youth Parliament and also for our ambassador roles to the Commonwealth and the European Youth Forum, we do try and have a gender balance as well. So we would have one delegate who is male or identifies as male, and then another who is female or identifies as female, to ensure that kind of equality between two, and that both and all genders are represented. So I think I wanted to make direct reference to your recommendations to be more egalitarian in our approach to youth councils as well.
Thank you so much for that. Let's stay on the European level, and I'm passing the floor to Norway. Maybe not the part of European Union, but still Europe.
Thank you. I'll try to be very short. I wanted to just touch upon youth engagement and what was mentioned. Well, I have a couple of points, so I need to think while I'm speaking. But touching upon youth engagement, I think there are some pessimism, some optimism, but for me it's not like a chronic state of mind. It's not something very static. It changes in motivation. Sometimes we're very engaged, and sometimes we feel really dispowered and disarmed, and we don't want to do anything. And I don't think this goes only for young people and young youth engagement, but also for us adults. I don't feel like an adult, but unfortunately I am. And the work that I do as well, it's a lot with young people, and there's a lot, we work with prevention of extremism and hate, and discrimination, inequality. And while you're working with that, it's not very encouraging, because the climate that we see in Europe right now, it's really disheartening. So I would just want to say that we don't need to always feel like we need to be super engaged at all times. It's okay to go up and down, and that goes back to well-being as well. So I think that's important, and that's also part of human rights education and non-formal education. You come into a learning environment with who you are and what you feel and what you have experienced. And that goes to my next point about someone said more access to decision making and political knowledge. I want to bring out the case of Utøya. I think it's very relevant in Europe too, with the rise of far right. Well, most of you are probably familiar with it, but in 2011 there was a terrorist attack on an island where a lot of young people were killed because of their political engagement. So, and someone mentioned here also that, young people, they don't need to only be motivated to take part in something very domestic, but it can also be something big and bigger than that. And I used to work in a regional newspaper, and whenever there was a class that came to the paper and see how we worked, they were like, why don't you cover international news? Why are you covering why it's slippery on the bridge? They didn't care about that. They care about something, young people care about something much more bigger than a bridge. So in their local area. So my point is just that for young people to feel like they're being listened to, there needs to be a connection to something that's happening today in their lives. So what we do in the Wergeland Center is that we invite young people to this island. I mentioned earlier that this island has been a symbol of democracy today, to learn about what happened and why it happened and how they can be part of preventing it. And now we don't use the word prevention, we don't prefer that, but it's about giving young people democratic competences, which we believe will further equip them to access political knowledge, access actual and practical decision making. So yeah, if anyone wants to work with young people, I would connect their engagement to something very concrete, something very, something that's important to them. And just one thing, you're very right. It's important to start with young people when they're with political engagement when they're young, because we see in our work that if they are aware and politically aware at young age, they bring that to their adulthood. Otherwise, it's very hard to keep that motivation and engagement active.
That's why I think that we need the education about politics also on the like primary school level as well. Thank you so much for sharing that. And we are staying in Europe. So Marianne, could you please say something like this topic is quite close to Ghent, city of Ghent?
Yes, I won't repeat a lot of things that I heard because I follow them. I would like to give some examples how on a local level cities can also make it easier to youngsters to engage and also to because at the city level we also have a responsibility to that. The first thing is that policymakers, services have to, it would be very nice to have an open mind about participation of youngsters and so on. That's not always easy, and a lot of people have to work on that. So there is a lot of things to say about that. I won't do it now, but just for examples, we have a youth council. There has been talked a lot about it, but I think it's very important. And the only thing in Flanders that maybe hasn't been told here is that every city is required by law to have a youth council. How you manage it, that's not in it, but you are obliged. So sometimes also the law can help these things. And there was some years ago a pilot in Ghent to give 16-year-olds, you talked about it, to let them go to the elections and vote. And so this year we also have voting, not on the 15th, but a little bit later. From 16-year-old, you can come and vote. So there is also more information, but it's important. In the big year that's coming, in 2024, we are then European Youth Capital, and we, for example, we have a group, we call them the 20 of the 24, 20 youngsters, also with extra attention for disadvantaged youngsters who are helping us, the city, to prepare the year in 24, and they are participating in and they make decisions at all levels of what we are going to do. And you also talked about the young people, the young children. We also have a very nice project that's for 20 years now, I think we have it. It's called At Home at the City Hall. You have to sometimes to give it a name. It's a project with schools, all kind of schools, and every Thursday there is a school that comes to the City Hall. They are preparing at school about things, about issues they are confronted with. That can be little, but sometimes very big, because also children have problems with the green in the city, mobility, poverty. It can be all kinds of, and then they are also they can learn about democracy, about citizenship. When they come to the city hall, sometimes they see the mayor or the people who are working there, What we also find important is that we work on their proposals that they bring with them. And we always give feedback to all the classes that come. So there is more, but I think these 4 examples can help or can be used.
Of course, this example shows that you are working close to the youth and you are trying to engage them as much as possible. Z racji tego, że czas nam ucieka, już była
Because we are pressed for time and
po raz ostatni
it's the very last moment, I'd like to pass the floor to Radosław. Yes, when I was coming to this meeting, I thought that board behind you would probably be very, very big, because when young people come together, they have so many ideas. So out of 25 partner cities of Lublin, as many as 20 already have youth city councils, and members of these councils are here and were here yesterday and the day before. And for youth, it's not a problem if they live 20, 30 kilometers away from each other, or even away from the city. They can communicate very effectively. So I think in Lublin, what we are trying to do is we say, we are open, come to us, and we'll do something together. And besides community centers, culture centers, libraries, we now have those youth spaces like Hey or more. So as Mrs. Deputy Mayor said, we have a plan to establish more. That might be challenging, but we'll do it. And you know, what I expected to see on this board was something we've been working on for 10 years. With this living conditions points, I was expecting the word communication. And of course, maybe in the discussions, it came up in the discussions. Yes, it did. Well, so I'm fine with that. I can see you came to some conclusions, maybe not formalized, but we've been able to listen to you for some time. So even when now we are building the big station or coach station, and we have also listened to your voice during that project.
Tak, ja dziękuję bardzo.
Well, thank you, Radosław, for your contribution. Our time is running up. We're coming to a close. So before we say thank you to our panelists, I want to thank the teams working on recommendations, and I want to thank the trainers working with the 3 language groups. I want to thank the youth being part of Stronger Together, the British Council, and the very good spirit behind all that, Aleksandra Kulik, the head of the Sempre a Frente Foundation. Thank you very much for this really, very great, productive panel, the final panel of our Congress. We'll hear a short jingle, a short sound, and then we'll move on to the official closing of our event. So please stay with us in the room.
Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu. Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu. Lublin, Europejska Stolica Młodzieży, zaprasza na Kongres Współpracy Transgranicznej 2023. Miasto Młodych. Coroczne spotkanie praktyków współpracy transgranicznej z krajów Unii Europejskiej i Partnerstwa Wschodniego. 3 dni paneli i debat z udziałem organizacji młodzieżowych, liderów samorządowych i ekspertów z całej Europy. Forum partnerów i giełda grantodawców. Wizyty studyjne, warsztaty, wydarzenia kulturalne na żywo i online. Lublin. 9-11 października 2023. Zarejestruj się bezpłatnie na stronie kongres.lublin.eu.
Serdecznie Państwa jeszcze zapraszam na moment na miejsce, bo chcieliśmy się z Państwem pożegnać, ale także...
Please take a moment to listen to the closing, the remarks, Deputy Mayor Beata Stepaniuk-Kuśmierziak, just to have the final word of this Congress. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pity I need to say goodbye to all of you. 3 days have passed so quickly that I can't believe that. On behalf of Mayor Krzysztof Żuk and the team, I would like to thank 2 groups. First of all, the audience, the attendees, both in person and online. Thank you for being with us over the last 3 days, for sharing your the insights, for sharing your the experiences, as we mentioned during panel discussions. It's really valuable to be able to use these experiences, and I hope that all the attendees have actually experienced this energy in the city of Lublin. They have experienced the cultural the offering that we promote in this the city. Thank you for that, and thank you also, as we all know, the 3 days, wonderful days that are just behind us, mean months of hard work or the organizers. So I would like to thank all those who have done the utmost to make this Congress as attractive, as productive to all of you as possible, so that you have the impression that your presence here is just the beginning, that together, equipped with the new knowledge, we can pursue joint projects, joint programs. This is the merits that I would like to thank for to those organizers. And as with any regular events, couple of days rest after the conclusion of an event, and then again the planning work for next edition. So I hope that the energy derived from this edition of the Congress will be clearly visible in next year's edition, and I'm looking forward to working together with you over the coming weeks and months for the joint projects and for the next edition of our Congress. Thank you very much. Now let's have the head of the organization and programming committee, Paweł Prokop. Thank you very much. This 4:30, and we have the full house here. So it shows you how needed this Congress is, how attractive it is. I would like to thank the members of the organization and programming the board. We work in a participatory approach. We have brainstormings. We have fierce discussions on how this the Congress should be organized to be attractive, to be cohesive, to be impactful. This year we have a competition of the European the Youth Capital, but still I believe that we have succeeded in achieving, in delivering on our objectives. the first day, Edwin Bendick and Konstanty Gebert told us that we still preserve the kind of 19th century approaches in our the schools, in our educational system. But the last panel discussion was really inspiring in giving us solutions to that problem. The youth councils, the NGOs, activity in a civic life, not to get outvoted by the older the generations. It's really beautiful solution. I will keep in mind the beautiful phrase, "Artists in defense of Ukraine." That is a house, Ukraine, and this region is a heart, is a house in the center of the world. Well, it's really the center of the world. Thank you very much to our Ukrainian friends for being with us. It's we especially appreciate this year your being with us, and I would like to mention one special member. Well, the youth and all our colleagues as a representative. Please join me on the stage and speak on behalf of young people. It's great to see you all here. It's been a great time working with you, with a lot of involvement from the youth, from decision makers, from the local communities, from NGOs. The events that we have had over the last 3 days and the recommendations is not the only outcome. The young people have worked hard, and we have just presented the priorities. But anyway, we will share all the outcomes of this Congress. We'll share all the recommendations with all of you so that you can take it as a basis for your work in your local communities. Let me just mention one more thing. When working with the local communities and young people, these are not only leaders. Part of them just wait to be invited. Perhaps the kind of cultural or social capital can be limited. That they sometimes struggle with satisfaction of basic needs. And I would like to appeal to all of you. If we need to focus on kind of survival only, then we will not be actively or participating in the civic society. This is also the responsibility of decision makers. Let's help the youth, help out of any disprivileged conditions that they may have. Let's work together for the youth and with the youth. Thank you. Now Krzysztof Stanowski, Deputy head of the organization and programming board. We take the whole year to prepare this Congress, and one of the components of this Congress are volunteers. Volunteers are not only in NGOs. Volunteers may be part of an event organized by City Council, and there's been a tradition for many years to involve volunteers from Poland and Ukraine. Let me ask Deputy Mayor and head of the board to jointly thank to Anastasia, to Kaya. Kaya told us that, I visited school, and then I went to a school where, Sempre al Frente had, the classes, and they attracted me. Anastasia. Alexandra.
Kateryna Zbigniewa.
Katarina.
Małgorzata Godek.
Małgorzata.
Jurek
Yuri. In fact, 412, physical attendees.
Hungary, Cyprus, Belarus, Denmark, Lithuania, Greece, Indonesia, Ireland, Poland. 412 participants. Thank you for being with us. Tak jak wskazał Paweł Prokop, osobliwo ważnymi dla nas były uczestniki z Ukrainy. Na żal
And as Pavel Prokop said, Ukrainian attendees were especially important to us. Unfortunately, we have fewer Belarusian friends attending this year's edition. That we had the youngest mayor in the Ukraine to speak at our Congress, mind you, the youngest, 20-year-old, and in the third year of his term. Thank you very much for your presence here. And I hope that once we win the elections, our opportunities for cooperation will be even better.
Unfortunately, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland for the second year did not find a way to support us financially, but Norway funds were important not only for Congress. The first youth space, Hey, in Lublin, was funded, was established thanks to the Norway funds. Thank you for that. We are also mentioning the British Council and other partners. Ale tak naprawdę kongres to jest cały rok pracy.
But anyway, the Congress means a whole year of hard work of the committee, of the board, but also the organizers with translations, interpretation, with contacting experts, booking the hotels. Why don't you join us on the stage? And two people that coordinated everything together, so Sylvia and Marta, please join us. Roman Jaborkel and Ewelina Graban supported them. Agnieszka, Justyna, Paulina.
Anastazja Kinzerska, Roxana Oniszko, Maryna Kałaszyńska, która jest częścią naszej zespołu.
Marina Kalaszyńska, part of our team in charge of the filmmaking.
Lewicka-Koksanowicz. Magda Zaręba-Opalińska, która reprezentuje Wydział Kultury. Magda, zapraszamy.
Magda from the Culture Department. Agnieszka Malinowska of the Social Participation Department.
Monika Król z Wydziału Strategii, Honorata Krempowicz.
Monika Król of the Strategy Department and Honorata Olszówska, Tourist Department.
Rafał Tarnowski, ale widzę też Natalię Gmurkowską z
Natalia Gmurkowska of the organization board.
Witali Padałka, Klaudia Prokop. Panie dyrektorze, zapraszamy. Magda Trumińska, Małgorzata Gałus. Chodźcie. Kogo? Wiktoria Herun. Wiktoria, pamiętamy o tobie. Artur Zugaj. Bartosz Kowal. To jest najważniejszy człowiek, on się zajmował pieniędzmi.
The most important man in charge of money.
Słuchajcie, bardzo z panią prezydent, w imieniu pana prezydenta.
On behalf of Mr. Meyer, thank you so much. We know the effort you had to put in. You are kind of invisible when there are panel discussions. You are not present on the stage, but it's owing to you that this Congress has been made possible. Thank you very much, and let's have a family photo together. And many hellos to our online viewers, and we would ask members of the audience to join us in this family photo. Thank you very much for your attention. And join us next year. Thank you very much.